Wheeler.
Tamara Wilson.
Jose Gutierrez Jr.
Greg Coladonato.
Let the record reflect that we have 4 of the 5 board members in attendance. Thank you, trustees. Approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Wheeler, seconded by by Madam Wilson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously.
It's a fine agenda.
Thank you, Greg. Opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. If you have something to say with the board about this, by all means, step to the podium. There are no comments for that, so we will now move to closed session at 6:03 PM.
Wait, what? Oh,
Yeah. Is anyone staying? You, okay.
He's learned how to tap. I don't know where he learned how to tap, but he taps.
I think I told you we just went to see the producers in Redwood City, and I love it. And they're doing all this work.
He
And I was thinking
does
of
tap
Matt the
dance.
whole time.
He does tap dance. But I think it was mostly like, score, particular numbers for shows that he's been in where they choreographed.
Let's see what Google News has to say.
Has he seen it?
U.S. strikes Syrian military airfield. So there's not a lot of civilians there.
Let's hope there's no more adorable tiny babies.
Good evening. Hello. The time is 6:33. We will reconvene our meeting of the Mount Mead Wisconsin School Board of Trustees to order. I'd like to report that no action was taken during closed session. We'll move on to the pledge, and who will be helping us with the pledge?
We have Graham Middle School here. Go Bears.
Just tell us to please stand, and then we'll get going. All right. Thank you, GMS. Oh, sure. You threw me off. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, that's all right. What? All right. Consent agenda. I understand that with the consent agenda, by the way, there's been an additional edit. We all have copies of that edit. And this is in regards to a position that was added on to board resolution number 1639.4/17.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved by trustee Coronado, seconded by trustee Wheeler. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, trustees. And now we are at School Showcase, Graham Middle School. Our presenter will be Principal Thompson. Oh, okay. All right, Kim. It's all good.
So it's our pleasure to be here. I brought our vocal ensemble who would like to sing a song, and then I have another. And the director is Jenny Devlin.
The ruby shoes.
So this is some of the vocal ensemble. We are going to sing a song called Ningwendete. It's in Swahili, and it loosely translates to I love you, but you don't love me. What's up with that?
So can I ask you a favor? Can you all please stand here?
I was
in the
going to ask
front?
the same thing.
You want us to stand?
Yes, because the
In front
camera's
of the
right
Can we
there.
move the camera back?
We could. We could.
We want you to stand in front of them.
Yeah.
In front of
Sure.
the camera.
Yeah,
Look
yeah.
into the camera right there.
How about we walk around to the other side of them
Are we moving?
Yeah.
so that the camera and us can,
You
yeah.
guys line up sort of in your best order.
Do the Jill Denny thing and just make it go.
And Reese, so last Friday we sang at the CNEA festival where they were adjudicated and they received a unanimous superior, which means that every adjudicator gave them the highest possible rating.
What
find my pitch pipe. And I was relying on this piano app and it failed me. Sorry. This is sweet. Okay, right on. One, two, ready, and.
Yeah.
That better? Okay, that's better. Thank you, vocal ensemble. We'll see you tomorrow. And we have one other, you'll see a little bit about Graham's diversity. This is our performing arts. This year I had the pleasure of hiring Anthony Panetta to bring to us some hip hop kind of interventions. And he's brought a couple of students to talk to you about. Anthony?
Good evening, board. Thank you for having us and hosting us. So just a little bit background. So this year I was hired to do a number of things. One of those things was to provide some intervention programming for the students. And my specialty is actually in hip hop based education, which is my research background and whatnot. And also to provide this other kind of intervention system that Ms. Thompson was a firm believer in. And I'm a firm believer in currently the work of Dr. Ross Green. We've had tremendous growth with some students and just overall better climate. We've done some reductions in suspensions. I mean, there's a lot of metrics that are also at play here, but I'm going to introduce two of the students that I've been working with, Oscar Portillo and Hugo, and I don't want to butcher your last name. Papalaro? Lardo, yeah. Tremendous name, powerful. So they're going to take a minute each. They've prepared their own pieces to kind of talk about the work we've been doing, the hip hop class, and kind of how it's helped them through this year. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Hugo Papalardo, and I'm an 8th grader at Graham Middle School. My 8th grade year has been pretty good so far. And this year, for the most of the year, I've had the privilege of being part of Mr. Pineda's Hip Hop Leadership Program. The Hip Hop Leadership Program is a program that's purpose was to educate youth such as me about how hip hop affects everyone and teaches people in ways that cannot be explained through normal conversation. I would say that I enjoyed the hip hop program and it helped me gain more advanced skills on how to analyze music. Mr. Pineda taught us about the 5 elements, you could say, that make up hip hop. If you didn't know before, hip hop isn't just rap music, it's a combination of 5 elements: DJ, MC, graffiti, dancing, and knowledge. Throughout the course of the program, we learned to listen and analyze all sorts of music. We were given the tools to make our own. Oh yeah, and we were also given donuts. Those really helped too. To be honest, my overall experience with the Graham staff has been mixed and widely varied. Some of the staff members I get along with, and some, well, not so much. Mr. Pineda, though, has always been very respectful to me and was very straight up, which was nice. During the program, Mr. Pineda's respect and honesty did not cease, and I learned a lot from the program. Throughout the program, I learned, as I said before, how to analyze music, and I also learned what type of music I liked, and the fact that what you're listening to affects how you behave and pretty much everything in your daily life. I think what I'd like to say to any students coming into Graham, if there were any here, is to be nervous, but not too nervous. The reason behind this is that Graham is not necessarily a frightening place. However, being a little nervous at the start of something new is always good because being nervous puts you on guard and makes you more attentive in a way. And that's good because when you're going from elementary school to middle school, which is a big change, you need to pay more attention in middle school, and the classes are shorter. However, you have to pay more attention for short periods of time. That's the more attentive part. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Oscar Portillo, and
Oscar, can I ask you to move the microphone close to your mouth? Thank you.
yeah,
See your
sorry.
face.
Okay, so my experience as Graham was very difficult. From 6th to 7th to 8th grade, I would always get in trouble because I had problems at home. And ever since I met Anthony, we connected real quick because he was very straight up to me, unlike other staffs. He actually told me his life story. He told me he's been through everything, and I really clicked with him. I'm gonna be honest. Me and Anthony had our ups and downs. I was mad at him for a while because I was getting in trouble, and he told me to go to the office, and I didn't want to go. But he took me there, and I ended up not getting that much in trouble because he was there for me and everything. I joined his hip hop class because I want to learn the culture of hip hop, not only because I wanted to express myself in other ways. And at first, I thought music was cool, but now I see how music has meaning. I realize music can help express feelings that other times you're feeling down. I liked it because it opened my mind more to music, because being able to listen to other artists in class at Graham helped me connect more with staff. At home, I was able to turn to music that helped me cope. Music now seems a better way to cope with my situations at home, even school. Change what I listen to my perspective. My experience with Anthony in the beginning, it was good, it was good, it was bad, it was bad. This year at Graham, I tried harder to work on school and connected better with staff. When I spoke with Anthony about my concerns, I felt good because he actually allowed me to express myself. And it was like people were actually listening to me. That's all I really wanted.
Thank you.
So in closing, these are just some of the students I worked with the hip hop program. We had roughly about 24 enrolled, and it's not necessarily enrolled like a class, but we provided this service for them Wednesday mornings, and all volunteer. Kids had to get there, and they had to give up their Starbucks to come over and to participate in the program. So I'm really proud of all of them. We've currently ended, and we're in the process of getting the writing pieces out, getting them recorded in the studio, and so hopefully the students will be able to have enough confidence to participate in that process. Other than that, I'll leave it. If you have any questions or anything, I can answer a couple questions.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
First of all, thank you for all your help, for all your efforts. And maybe it's Kim Thompson. I'm not sure, but will this also continue on next year as well, Principal Thompson?
$100,000 question. It's about financing. I'm trying to find money.
How much money are we looking at?
It's his salary.
Okay.
So we're trying to fund it even at a reduced rate,
Mhm.
and because he believes so much in it, I believe so much in it. In the short, it took us a while to get running,
Mhm.
but we've seen huge payoffs for it.
that's what we're working towards.
Thank you. Trustees?
I had a question for the first student speaker, if nobody has a question for the teacher, the principal. Mr. Papalardo, do you realize that this week 4 years ago, was when you and your dad and me and my son did the overnight trip to Coloma?
No, I did not, sir.
Because my fourth grader is doing it right now, and I would be up there if it wasn't for this meeting, because I had such a great time with you and your dad when we drove up there 4 years ago.
Thank
Just thought I'd
you.
remind you.
No, yeah.
I have no questions, but I just want to say this is fabulous. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I have the same feedback.
Kelly.
Yes, I agree as well. And I just really appreciate getting the feedback, not only from you, but from the two students that came to present today. I know it can be really hard to get up in front of people and talk. And you two did a phenomenal job. So thank
And I'd like
you.
to give them a round because they really, this is, when I met them both at the beginning of this year, it was, they're very reserved. Even Oscar, he may not think this, but he was really reserved too. And so it's really amazing to see their growth and their development through this process and being able to step to this mic, which, how it goes, you step to the mic and you
Drop a
face, drop it. Yep. When you're done. So yeah, but thank you, board. We can definitely talk offline, Mr. Gutierrez, if we want to look at this moving forward next year and what that looks like for the school district, because it's a great opportunity for the youth to be engaged and to feel more community at their school.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Thank you, Graham. Communications, employee organizations. Do we have someone that would like to share? Nope. District committees, any updates? Superintendent.
Oh, I had a question about this. Mr. Superintendent, when's the next SAATF district committee meeting?
29th
Of April,
of April,
4 weeks from now, something like that. Okay.
3 weeks, yeah.
9 to 2.
9 to 2.
9 to 2. Okay.
Yeah. I do want to say, I know they just walked out the door, but if you want to hear more from Graham, so even though tomorrow's meeting at the sites have been canceled because of the rain and the active construction sites, we will be having a grand opening event at both of the auditoriums. And so Graham's will be on the 23rd. They have commissioned some special pieces, from what I understand, to sort of christen the place. And so we will be sending more information out about that. And we'll do a small little ribbon cutting and everything else. But I think what you saw today is just a testament of all the great work that they're doing over at Graham.
And how about Crittenden? When do we?
Oh, well, since Graham was here, I was only going to say Crittenden's is actually on the 15th of May, provided that construction continues and doesn't stop.
Okay, thank you. Community comments. This is the time reserved for members of the community to speak up on an issue that's, excuse me, not on the agenda. Do we have any community comments? Nope. All right, moving on to review and action. Approval of the 2017-2018 budget adoption assumptions. Dr. Clark.
Good evening. This is step 2 in the approval of the assumptions that will be used for the adoption of the 17-18 school budget, which goes out to the 2020-2021 school year. So at the previous board meeting, we shared some draft assumptions with the board. These are the assumptions that we're bringing back to the board this evening for approval. The page that's on the screen right now, the enrollment, ADA, COLA, the assessed valuation growth, those numbers have not changed since the draft that I presented at the last board meeting. Benefits, PERS and STIRS, the site turnaround money, strategic plan initiatives, that number did shift a little bit. The 150,000 for 17-18, 100 in the second year, and then 0 in that third year. And then some of the items that were have been kind of pulled out specifically for the board to see. We're still planning on the assumption of adding an assistant principal at Graham for those next 3 years, adding counselors at both middle school, one at Crittenden, one at Graham. The response to instruction program this year was piloted with 4 teachers, 4 instructional aides. We also had a 5th teacher who was doing the RTI program through science at Bub. We've decided to expand that out to all the elementary schools. So for us, the added increase is only the cost of those eight teachers that we would have to add to the existing program to total 13 certificated teachers. We are planning not to move forward on the instructional aid cost and those positions, just to keep the certificated. So you see the cost of those going out. These numbers did not go for step and column increases, which we use 2% for step and column year over year. That's why those staffing costs, the salary and the benefits are flat throughout those all 3 years. The teacher growth contingency is an item that we built in just for us to start to put into the budget as we grow as a district. We know we will have to add a teacher in this for this particular year, or at least for this adoption budget. We're planning for 3 teachers. Whether that happens or not at the end of the day, come August before school starts, when sometimes we are still hiring for positions, we can make those adjustments. But we do want to build into the budget that we do have some money set aside or a budget item for some growth. And then the curriculum adoption is not a surprise. That number has stayed the same. I believe at the draft, we had it the first year and the second year, and then we made the decision to push it over out to the second and the third year. So you see 500,000 for social studies and then $1 million for science. And then just so you know, in the fourth year, which is not on the budget adoption for the MYP, we're not required to do a fourth year. We only do 3. Math is the following year out. Moving forward, there's been some talk right now of SEAL, the Sobrato Early Academic Language Program. Those numbers are at least the numbers that we have now. And that number has been built into the MYP as well. Not sure if we're going to do it yet, but we are budgeting for it. There's a $50,000 planning year this next first year, the 17-18 school year. And then the cost for the district is approximately $1 million, $970,000 for year 2 and year 3. SIOP, which is the Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol, which is another English language program. And you can see all 3 of those years is just over $100,000 each year. Strategic plan initiatives is still here. That's 150 the first year and second. And then what will actually fall to us, which was not actually on the draft assumptions, it came up for this one, is the 1920 school year Slater opens. This is the estimated cost to put the staff, I use the word ancillary staff, but it's all the other staff members that would come to a school site that are not classroom teachers. The principal, the secretary, the clerk, the custodian, the instructional coaches, the community engagement facilitator, all the positions that we currently fund at a school site that is beyond the classroom teacher themselves. So if you put all of those assumptions together, this is the MYP. I'm at the recent parcel tax oversight committee. We were looking at the MYP for the future, and I misspoke. I actually said out loud that it was a negative in the third year, and I had the wrong number. But I was thinking about the third year, not the fourth. So I was incorrect. So my apologies, Trustee Wilson. So if you look at the MYP for the 3 years, and then the fourth year is the purple year, which we're not required. That's not what will go to the state. But for us, we're able to kind of roll forward to look at a fourth year to give us a picture. And these numbers have changed quite dramatically from they were 2 weeks ago when we did the draft, or yeah, about 2 weeks ago since we did the draft assumptions. These include all the previous items on the previous slides. So everything that you saw as an assumption is built into these numbers. Whether we make the final decision at the end of the day to do all of those things, if we did all of the items that are on these assumption pages that you see, if that stays and holds firm, the number in the MYP is where we would be.
But what did this show? What did this slide show last time you presented? It didn't have
all the items listed. For example, we didn't have a number on SEAL. We didn't have the number on SIOP. We didn't have the number on Slater. For the most part, that page looked pretty similar. The assistant principal was there. The counselors were there. The teacher growth contingency, the curriculum adoptions, though we had them the first year and the second year, and now we've pushed out a year. This page looked almost exactly the same. That hasn't touched. Those are most of those are set beyond us. They're not our choice. So the MYP for us, 17-18, if we move forward on the assumptions listed on the screen that we've discussed, then the 17-18 school year, we could anticipate having an ending reserve of just over 22%. And if we move forward, keeping all these assumptions as is, moving forward to the future, We dropped to about 14.5% in 1819, just over 5.5% in 1920. Statute is that we have to have 3% in our third year. I will tell you, getting to 5.5% in the third year starts to make me a little twitchy. But then you get to the fourth year, if we move forward again, we are negative. And if memory serves, about this time last year, when we did our fourth year budget, we were negative as well. So we would never get there because we will make changes throughout the years to make sure that never happens. But if we don't make any changes based on these assumptions, as we get to 4 years, we will actually have a negative reserve level. To point out the operational deficit, you can see that number continues to grow. Our our revenues get more and more conservative. Right now, we're showing 7% assessed valuation growth for us as a community funded school district. That's the bulk of our revenues coming in, our property taxes. 17-18, we're assuming a 7% growth, 18-19, 5%, and then 19-20, we go down to 3%. And then also for the 2021 school year, we kept it at 3% as well. We're not sure where we're going to be for 17-18. I will tell you from a recent update from the county, our assessed valuation for Mountain View is not as dramatic and not as robust as it has been in recent years. We're about 3% less now than we were at last year's growth. Last year's growth was over 12%. Prior year was over 12%. I would not expect us to make that 12% number again this year. We only have a couple more months left in this current year, and we're just over 5% growth. So I don't see us making those big numbers in the next couple of months. I do want to make sure that we're aware as a community that we are deficit spending quite dramatically. The days of spending down our reserves, and I am a firm believer that we should not have too much savings. The money we have should be spent on the students we have, and I think we as a district leadership share that. We shouldn't be saving away or banking away money to save for a rainy day in excess. And we've spent over the last couple of years, we've had a conscious and purposeful spend down of our reserves to spend money on our kids. And unfortunately for us, a lot of those have been one-time expenditures, which is good. But our reserves are starting to get to a point where those days are coming to an end. We now really have to start to be strategic about our expenditures. $4.5 million next year, almost $5 million, and then we go up to $6.5 and $7 million deficit. So now I do know that as we move forward, if assessed valuation continues to grow, these numbers do not show a parcel tax. Our current parcel tax Measure C expires in June. That's $2.8 million. That is gone. So those revenues have been gone. Since I started, we never showed those parcel tax monies coming or continuing. So this revenue or this MYP shows the parcel tax leaving and not coming back, but we have not made any adjustments to the parcel tax expenditures. So the $2.8 million revenue is lost, but the $2.8 million expenditures have remained. So that's what this MYP shows, and that's what we've been showing for the last couple of years. But it could be without some adjustments for the future years, we could be in a sad state of affairs. So that's where we are. So tonight we're asking for the board to either can discuss and also take action on the assumptions they've been presented or to make changes. But tonight we are asking for action on final assumptions so we can start working on creating the 17-18 adoption budget.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Trustees, any questions?
I do.
Madam Blakely.
I just had a question about the $688,000 allocated towards Slater when it opens. As I recall, when Slater closed like 8 or 10 years ago, the number then was 300 or 350 in terms of, you know, the overhead. And so, but there were more items. They just, at that point in time, I think it was just a principal and a half-time janitor and a secretary. And so now you said there's a coach, community engagement coordinator, a clerk. Are all of those full-time positions or some of them part-time?
Most of them are full-time. The principal, the secretary, the clerk is full-time. The instructional coach that we put at all the all the schools, those are full-time. But this also includes RSP teacher, all those services that we would need beyond the actual classroom.
Okay. Right. And the community engagement coordinator, is that a full-time position? I know there's one at each school, but
right.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
No other questions?
I have one.
Go for it.
Dr. Clark. The number on the slide before this one, you say how we're adding 8 RTI instructors. How does staff determine the trade-off between adding like RTI instructors versus adding normal classroom instructors and reducing class sizes? How does one determine what will yield the greatest gains for the most students?
That's a good question for the educational services side. But for us and the conversations that we've had, sometimes that intervention really gets to be a small group. Adding 8 teachers to the district staff across our K-5 schools would not afford us the opportunity to have really small schools. There's great research out there that supports the idea small class size to really truly be effective needs to be at the 15-to-1 level. Not 24, not 20, not 19, needs to be down to 15. An RTI teacher coming in will actually be able to take small groups of students out where you can do more one-on-one and really small group instruction. Then the nice thing for us is we've given the school sites moving into the 17-18 school year the opportunity to design their RTI program. Some of them want an additional teacher to come in and help with literacy. Some want the RTI teacher to actually come in and provide science instruction for the groups of students. So the classroom teacher who is trained and the best, and if you look at the RTI program, first best instruction in the classroom is first best instruction. So the science teacher comes in and gives science lessons and students go for science while the classroom teacher sits back with a group of kids and then they switch, they flop. So that both kids get, all the students get both experiences, but the teacher is actually able to tailor those lessons for the groups of students sitting in their room at that time working. Not only can you help students who need that additional assistance, you can also enrich and extend the kids who are ready to go further.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Anyone else?
Yeah, another question. So are any raises, it says benefits increase 5%. That's not assuming a 5% raise.
No.
Are any raises
No.
in the projections?
No.
So this is with 0% annual
Correct.
raises.
2% step and column, which I would always argue is a raise. If you go from step 1 year and step 2 the next, and it's a 2, 3, 4% raise, depending on the actual growth in that step, that is an increase in your salary.
From the perspective of that teacher. Yeah.
From the perspective of that teacher.
Yeah.
If you have a set of money 1 year and you get an additional money the next year, you got an increase in salary. So we pay for that every
We're not
year.
negotiating right now, you and me, right?
No, we're not.
No.
But I just want to make sure everyone's clear there. That is an increase in your salary. So it is. So for us, part of that benefits increase, that benefits is just health benefits.
Health benefits go up 5% a year.
Actually, just
That's your
under.
assumption.
So last year we used to use 10% as the assumption. So we went back and tracked over a few years what was the actual increase. And if you recall last year at this time, the very first day we brought out 10%. And the next time when we came back to look at the final assumptions, we'd done that analysis and we'd always been kind of in that 3-4% raise year over year. So we adjusted that down to 5.
Okay,
Right.
I remember that. So this isn't a question. You're going to take public comment now?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
If you're done.
Yep.
Okay, great. Any member of the community that would like to speak to this issue, by all means, please feel free to step to the podium. Nope. Okay. Should we continue discussion? If we have a discussion, we do it now. If not, then please let me know.
I move that we approve the budget assumptions as presented by Dr. Clark.
I second.
Moved by trustee Wheeler, seconded by trustee Wilson. All those in
Just
favor?
discussion, please.
Well, okay, discussion.
I mean, it's good to deliberate
Sure,
as
go
a
for
body.
it.
So Castro's turnaround funds run out on the slide. One other slide there. No, yes.
Yes.
So Castro's last year for turnaround funds is next year. The idea of turnaround funds came from board direction, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was one of the trustees who said, let's give some extra money to Castro and Therkoff. Would it take board, in order to assess whether that site turnaround program was successful or not, and to consider extending it, would it take board initiative to do that, or would staff propose it if it should be extended?
I don't think there's any changes right now in the idea that The board adopted the turnaround funds, $50,000 for a planning year and then $250,000 for 3 years. That's what this reflects.
Mhm.
Castro got a year ahead of Therakoff. This is year 3 for Castro coming up. It's year 2 for Therakoff, and then they have their 3rd year in 18-19. If the board so directs, the majority of the board would like to extend the academic turnaround funding for the school sites, that would be the board's purview. Absolutely.
How would the board
In
get,
Title
what sort of advice could staff offer the board in terms of whether it was a good use of $500,000?
I think I would go back to either both the school sites, the staff, the ed services side, to make some determination whether it was truly effective. It was a good use of funding.
If it was.
If it was.
Do other trustees have any feeling about this? I'd like Castro and Thurkoff to continue when we saw assessment results last time around, they jumped. State test scores jumped at both of those schools more so than other schools. I don't know if people think that that's attributed to the turnaround efforts and to the extra work and extra investment we made in those schools. I think it's worth considering because I would love to see Castro and Thurkoff continue that trajectory.
Well, I'd love to see the trajectory continue as well, but I don't know that we need to make that decision now because the funds are still there for the coming year. And so I think it's definitely worthwhile to keep that on the table. And I'm confident we'll be getting more reports on the success of the program and the needs for the following year. So I would like to put it in the parking lot, but that would be my recommendation.
And just as a reminder for process, we adopt the budget in June for the following year, but we have 2 other opportunities during the school year, first interim and second interim, to make adjustments to the overall budget itself. So we could at first interim or second interim make changes for the following school year. So if, say, for example, we get into December or March of 17-18 school year and the board so directs that we'd like to continue the Castro $250,000 for an additional 4th year, we could make that change for the 18-19 school year in next year's budget. This is not the only opportunity to make changes for the next 3 school years.
Oh, yes.
Right.
And I'm like Trustee Blakely, I'm interested in the analysis of how helpful this was and if this was the best use of this stream of funding.
And
very much
just
so.
As a
Agreed.
point of reference, the academic turnaround funding was funded mostly by Title I funds. And our Title I funds in recent weeks are going to take a significant reduction. We're going from about $380,000 in Title I funds roughly to just over $300,000. The plan for us as a school district as we adopt the 17-18 school budget is to give both Castro and Therakoff $150,000 each, or evenly split whatever the final entitlement is for Title I funding, and the rest of that will be made up in the unrestricted general fund to total $250,000. If Title I funds moving out for the future continue to decrease, and if we want to maintain that $250,000 level, there will be more of a contribution from the unrestricted general fund to fund that program.
No further deliberation on my part.
Anyone else? Nope. Okay. We have a motion on the floor, moved by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Wilson, that the Board of Trustees approve the 2017-2018 budget assumptions as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Dr. Clark. Oh, I know. Moving on.
And get a stool.
Award of lease-back contract for the Mona Loma
cone?
Elementary School multi-use room expansion and modernization project. This is a 5-minute.
I think all of them are 5 minutes total.
Item.
Optimistic. Thank you. Actually, I'm going to present both items at the same time because they're absolutely similar. So what in front of you, item B and item C under the review and action agenda is award the lease-back contract for the Montaloma Elementary School Modernization and Construction Program to Beals Martin in construction, and then also to award the lease-back contract for the Bub, Huff, and Landell's construction project to Rodan. Both of these contractors, we sent out a statement of request for qualifications, contractor sent in their statement of qualifications. We went through a scoring process. Greystone West, our program management company, assisted, did most of that initial work. Once the initial contractors were scored, we called them in for interviews. There was an interview panel that we interviewed and scored again. And both of these contractors reached what's considered the best value score, the highest best value score. Not only is that about money or the proposed cost, but it's also about their experience and their ability to meet the needs of these 2 construction projects. Well, technically 4, because there's 3 schools in Montaloma. For these projects in the timeline that we set for them of the scope of work. So just a clarification and a kind of a process. These are the actual lease-back contracts to do the work. But what the board approving tonight is the contract, but also the contract for pre-construction services. So for Montaloma, that amount is $29,000. And for the Huff, Bub, and Landals project, the pre-construction services is roughly $41,000. So a 200-page document for $30,000. But what we'll bring back for you at the May board meeting is the phased work. The next phase of work will bring back their guaranteed maximum price as part of the lease-back process, and we'll ask board to approve that as well.
So I move that we approve both these contracts.
Second.
So no questions? Any member of the community that would like to speak to this issue? Any discussion?
We're approving B and C now.
Yes.
That was what was moved. Okay.
So I'm sorry. And right now it's been moved by trustee Wilson and seconded by trustee Wheeler.
No, it was
No, wait
moved
a
by
minute.
trustee Wheeler. Did you second it?
Okay.
Second.
So moved by trustee Wheeler and seconded by trustee Blakely that the board of trustees award the lease-back contract for the Montaloma Elementary School multi-use room expansion and modernization project to Beals, and award of lease-back contract for Bubble Elementary School, Huff Elementary School, and Landos Elementary School multi-use rooms and modernizations project to Rodan. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Construction contract award for the District Network Operations Center precast building project.
The next item is we're asking the board to award the construction contract for the District Network Operations Center precast building project to Old Castle Precast Incorporated in the amount of $107,127. One of the opportunities that we have doing the Stevenson Therakoff Preschool District Office project is that we are in need to relocate the district's main network system, which is currently here at the district office. And one of the great ideas that came up from our program manager was the idea of doing these precast network operations center that stand alone. They're protected against the weather. They have their own cooling system. They have their own backup electricity. That way, if there was a power outage, if there was a leak, if they don't get overheated, the district's network system doesn't go down. So we're asking the board to approve the construction contract to move forward on this.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any members of the community that would like to speak to this issue? Nope. No discussion either? Great. Moved by, you guys are working too fast for me.
I moved to this.
Blakely.
Moved by Blakely, seconded by Wheeler. All those in favor of the motion as presented?
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Dr. Clark. Moving on to resolution 1638.4/17, resolution for exemption of the new preschool project located south of Stevenson Elementary School and west of the district office from the city of Mountain View zoning ordinances.
This is the next step in the construction projects for the preschool. We've asked the board to approve, and the board has approved resolutions to exempt the district from the local zoning of the Mountain View, city of Mountain View, as we built our other schools. This was one of those that was an oversight as we got through and moved forward, starting to work on the preschool itself here located behind the school, the new district office. So we're asking the board to approve the resolution.
Any questions? Okay. Any members of the community that would like to speak to this issue? Nope. Discussion? If not, motion.
I move to approve the motion.
Second.
Moved by trustee Blakely, seconded by trustee Wheeler. That the board adopt resolution number 1638.4/17, exemption of the new preschool project located on the campus of Stevenson Elementary School from the City of Mountain View zoning ordinances. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you again, trustees. Okay. Let me know when. All right. Transitional kindergarten public hearing review and action.
Oh, right.
So in this one, we will have to have just a public hearing on this one. The last board meeting, Ms. Bauer talked about transitional K. In order for us to continue with a half-day program at our sites, we will need to submit paperwork to CDE because it is a change from the process. You saw the feedback last week or 2 weeks ago from not only the parents, but also from staff. The recommendation is to move forward with continue the half-day program for the TK students. At this point, we'll go into a hearing.
Okay. The time is 7:19 p.m. We will now move into the public hearing portion of this issue. Any comments?
No, not yet.
Okay, we will close this public hearing at 7:20 p.m. Reconvene the public session.
So what staff is seeking is approval that we continue the half-day program at both of our sites for TK. And after this approval, we will submit it to CDE so that we can continue the program.
Any questions? Public comments?
We already did.
Nope. Okay, great. Well, we're following up with the second part. If there's no discussion, then we need a motion.
I move to approve the transitional kindergarten public hearing review and action.
Second.
I think you're asking for a motion to approve the transitional kindergarten plan, not the hearing.
I just read the
Yes.
item. Sure. I approve the plan, transitional kindergarten plan.
Second.
Moved by trustee Coronado, seconded by trustee Wheeler, that the board hold a public hearing. Well, I'm sorry. That the board approve the plan as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on. Greystone West Company Program Management Contract Amendment Number 2, Slater Elementary School. Dr. Clark.
Thank you. Staff is asking the board to approve the contract amendment number 2 for Greystone West Program Management Contract to provide services for Slater.
That was quick.
Any questions? Public comments? Discussion? Motion.
I move to approve the Greystone West Company Program Management Contract Amendment Number 2, Slater Elementary School.
Second.
Moved by trustee Coronado, seconded by trustee Wheeler, that the Board of Trustees approve the contract amendment number 2 to the Greystone West Company Program Management Contract of Program/Construction Management Services for Slater Elementary School in the amount of $1,096,073. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes unanimously.
Can I say,
Go for it.
this has been a long time coming. It's very nice. I hope people are cognizant of what a big move this was tonight. There's still some comment in the public that some people don't quite believe that we're going to be building a school at Slater. So here we are.
Mr. Lee, you'll let us know when it's built, yes?
Olympico Learning and Mountain View Whisper School Districts Agreement. Dr. Clark.
Staff is asking the board to ratify the MOU. This will provide the summer program for Castro and Therakoff for their summer school program. Sorry, in the amount of $150,000 for both schools.
Questions?
I have a question.
Go for it.
So this, I've already seen emails from Olympico. Have they already started providing services?
Olympico provides services in the district already for after school. This is their contract for summer
Okay.
to provide services for the 4-week program.
And is this coming to us in this fashion because it's over $88,300?
Absolutely.
That's excellent. I really like that.
Any other question?
No.
Thank you. Community comments? Discussion? Motion?
I move to approve.
Second.
Moved by trustee Wilson, seconded by trustee Wheeler, that the Board of Trustees ratify the contract as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes. Thank you, trustees. We are almost there. Agreement with Santa Clara County Office of Education for technical services, including QSS financial software.
This is similar to the last item. Given the dollar amount of the contract, we are bringing it forward to the board for action. QSS is our financial software and that runs through Santa Clara County. And our amount is $107,176 to provide financial services in that software for the school district.
Any questions? Public comments? Discussion?
Move to
Motion.
approve the agreement with Santa Clara County Office of Education for Technical Services, including QSS financial software.
Second.
Moved by trustee Coronado, seconded by trustee Wheeler, that the Board of Trustees ratify the contract as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes. Preschool fee schedule and agreement.
I'm pinch hitting for tonight.
All right.
Terry Wallace, who is our director of preschool, presented at a previous board meeting the idea of doing a fee-based preschool. We presented the idea of the fee structure for parents to attend our preschool. And what we're asking for tonight is the board to approve that fee structure so we can start to advertise and enroll students in the fall of 17.
Any questions? Community comments? Discussion?
I have discussion. I have a comment. I have followed this issue for a very, very long time, partly through Strong Start, my representation at the Santa Clara County Office of Education. We see this on our agenda and it seems like it's kind of just this normal, let's pass this and move on. This is a revolutionary thing and I would like to commend our district for taking this on.
I'd like to second that. And just as a parent who's only a year and a half out of preschool and paying for it on a single income, I think this is an incredible step. I just did the quick math. It's ridiculously low, which is what we want and what we
Right.
need. And this early intervention can be critical for achieving so many of the top goals that we have as a district in terms of closing the achievement gap, early intervention, early access to books, to reading, to English, to everything. I think this is critical and I commend everybody's efforts. I know this has been a long process, but I know this will be a blessing to many, many families.
And I just wanted to say, I really like the creative solution. Everybody loves Head Start, but when the criteria were not, that people couldn't meet the criteria because the annual incomes were too low. And, even in this area, people of poverty could not qualify. And yet we had to hold these spaces open and we couldn't open more spaces. I think it was a really creative approach to change it up so that more kids could attend. And I'm excited.
And before we leave this topic too, we need to continue to give kudos to former Assembly Member Rich Gordon for his creativity in drafting the bill that allowed for this kind of thing.
This is a good program. When Ms. Wallace presented to us last time, I asked why we didn't have more of it, and she said we didn't have any extra classrooms. And so, to the extent that we can expeditiously open more classrooms anywhere, it takes pressure off.
With little bathrooms.
Sure. Yes.
And right now with 2 little bathrooms.
Yeah.
Right.
You need 2 bathrooms in the classroom?
You have to have 2.
Wow. To the extent that in upcoming items, we're going to be talking about maybe opening more things. I'm always cognizant of how our classrooms are full everywhere, like in some of our schools. And so we can't have preschool in some schools because every single classroom's full. So the sooner the better, in my opinion, the sooner we can open things up.
Thank you, trustees. Well, this is an important issue because I know we ran on that this past November about having early education be more successful, be creative. But the key word for us here and for everyone in general is opportunity. That's what we're looking for, right? Because this is public school. This is a public system. This isn't private. So in that regards, the more opportunity we have for people to be participating early on in this process, whether they're familiar with the school system that we have already or not, that's key. Because once you get parents involved, like we have here, in general, that only strengthens the district's perspective, right? And I like that we made the switch because, frankly, it's preparing us for that moment when we have everything, hopefully, knock on wood, ready to go. We have more facilities, and then therefore, at that time, we expand, right? But then we can also assess, how is this working? How can we make it better? And it's the start of something that we didn't have in the past, that now we can tweak and see how we can make it even more successful in the future. So thank you to the team, and thank you to you, trustees, for voicing your support in this.
I do want to say, earlier when we had our retreat,
Mhm.
we talked about some of the number of initiatives that the district was taking on, right? And just the amount. And this goal actually was a goal for next year. It wasn't a goal for this year. So we're a year ahead of schedule, and that's just testament to the team and all the work that they do. So I just want to publicly commend them for strategically saying, you know what, we can accomplish this goal a little bit early, and it is a public benefit, not just to the parents that need it most, but it's also one. We have a cost offering to our teachers. We have one to the public. They choose to opt in, and we have more seats than what we've ever had available. And that wouldn't have been possible if the team didn't decide that, this is a worthy cause that we must do right now. So kudos to them.
And I'd like to say one more thing,
Sure.
which is, and this is kind of, we just take it for granted. It is unusual. It's highly unusual in the county to have public preschools of such high rating.
Mhm.
So not only are we providing more preschools, but they're high quality preschools at a reasonable cost. So, kudos, everything's great.
Thank you. Sure.
Hi, I'm Vicki Hobel Schultz, and I just want to remind the board and the administration that we have an internationally renowned preschool program 10 minutes from here at Bing at Stanford, and people come from all over the world to view Stanford's preschool, which is play-based and constructivist, and I'm hoping that this community takes advantage of it. There are many people. The head teacher and the director of Bing live in Mountain View, and they would be happy to come and speak to you or speak to the administration or have presentations. I've been affiliated with Bing for years and years and years, and I know that they go to other districts, and I'm sure they would want to help their own community. So please consider the Bing experts when you are figuring out your program. Thank you.
So I'd like to add to that also, and Ms. Hogel Schultz probably is aware of this also, the high quality, almost lab school over at EduCare over in the Franklin McKinley School District that I think our school district has gone to observe, and it's using a lot of the best practices that you're describing.
Motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by trustee Blakely, seconded by trustee Wilson. That the board approve the preschool fee agreement as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? Motion passes. Thank you, trustees.
All right.
Review and discussion, student placement waitlist options. Dr. Rudolph.
So I have a feeling we're going to be here just a little bit. Do you want to take a break before we get
It's not a bad
started?
idea.
Not
This
bad.
is 90 minutes.
All right, let's do that. Let's take a bio break
Yeah.
of about 5 minutes.
Okay.
And the time is 7:25. I figured.
So I see you're drinking water.
$5,100 a year if it's a 12-month
Yes.
I hope we're like become like a progressive leader.
In general, it says, where does it say that? Ah, I saw you walk in and I was like, maybe there'll be
I'll take a shot. You guys ready? Oh, you ready?
Oh, great. I do. Oh, I use We'll find out. She's always
The time is 7:39 p.m. We will reconvene our meeting of Mountain View Westman School Board of Trustees. Dr. Rudolph, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll give him a second to. All right. So today we're going to talk about student placement and waitlist options. It's sort of a timely conversation that we're having because yesterday we talked about enrollment and about the need to address a particular problem. And we saw from the data yesterday, which is also one of the reasons why we are planning on opening additional schools to address some of the overcrowding that's occurring at the different sites. And so, you know, part of this conversation is that we do know that enrollment is up. It's projected to continue to go up. Our demographer, as we adjusted theirs numbers, and we noticed that that is up. We know that there's turnover now in our district, which is also not just turnover in terms of buildings, but turnover in terms of people selling their homes and more families moving in. And so, you know, the other issue here is that, and we're just going to speak to kinder right now. We're not going to speak to the other issues that have arose. But what we do know is that this year, and these numbers are accurate as of today, that we have students who have not been placed in the neighborhood schools. And so we have a wait list of 18 students at for Bub and 15 students over at Huff. And then complicating that are a couple other things. So previously we were able to sort of overfill classes, right? So if you went 1 over or went 2 over, you could get another 8 kids or you get another 10 kids, depending on the size of the kindergarten class, right? And so we can't do that anymore. We have to continue to meet Prop 98, which is part of LCFF, which means that we have to have a 24-to-1 ratio in grades K through 3. And so because we've been working on that over the last year, our team has really drove home the message that we can no longer overstaff those schools because the average has to be for K3 at every single site. So it's judged by site, and then it's also judged by the district. And then, you know, the other issue here is that we know that there are a number of families and a number of options in our community. And so enrollment tends to be fluid and fluctuates from month to month until you get to the start of the school year, right? So people are moving in, people are moving out, sometimes people are transferred. And so we're always sort of verifying that over time. And then the last one is that we have some of our sites that are really at capacity, and we have some sites that may be a little bit underutilized, right? And so we have a facilities issues, which we're trying to address to make sure that we can accommodate all of our kids. And this is also part of the reason why we're looking at resetting the boundaries so that we can address it that way too. And so the boundaries is a further conversation. or a further out decision-making process. It'll happen at the end of this year, but it will take a year to sort of communicate, and then we'll talk about enrollment priorities, and then we'll institute those in 2019, 2020. But in the interim, we need a couple of solutions to sort of address this. And so what you'll see is that we've actually went through this process and looked at a lot of different things. But let's talk about how this originated. So what we know is a couple weeks ago, Huff and Bub, we sent out 22 letters to kinders at Bub, or 23 letters at Bub and 22 at Huff. Our numbers might be backwards, give or take one. And then we also know that Slater is going to open in 2019, 2020, which will alleviate some of the issues at some of the sites. Slater will eat from Landals and Huff, which will in turn eat from Bub, which will in turn eat from Castro and Montaloma and Therakoff, right? So Slater is the monster that eats everything else, right? The Gators. And that's a good thing. That's actually what we want. We want to relieve pressure at all the other sites by opening Slater. That's its sole purpose. And then on top of that, and I will say this, it does, while it may not give us the flexibility to accommodate all students that are projected to come in 10 years down the road through the East Westman project and through North Bayshore, it does give us in the short term, probably the next 5 to 7 years, the opportunity to adjust to any growth that occurs, because especially in the north side, Montaloma, Therakoff, Slater will have, well, Montaloma and Therakoff will have the ability to absorb kids from North Bayshore and East Westman. And then we'll have to re-examine it probably a little bit later. And that's a further conversation. So the other part of this is, like I said before, we're going to make a decision about the boundaries in June. And then we're also going to talk about the enrollment priorities. And then what I will say is, prior to my arrival, the district has used overflow sites. We have sent kids to Montaloma. We have sent kids to Landals. In fact, Trustee Blakely has talked about how she was moved to Landals. So we have done this, right? We've asked parents to move around. So that it's been the current practice, and you'll see that as part of one of the options. But if we are going to make a change, if we are going to implement some type of solution to solve this, to address this issue, then we will have to make that decision soon. In fact, Todd, who's still here, when we were talking about this today, I said, when do you really need to know this? And he said, well, yesterday would have been great. So this is something that if we decide to take action to place something, to put something down, or to do something that involves some type of construction, we do need to make that decision, and we need to let him know so that we can get in. We're coming very close to getting the last over-the-counter process, which would mean that we would make it on time. If we don't, then we're really going to miss the mark, and we will open up. We'll open up the year unable to accomplish this goal. So we have investigated, and I will say we are now at 12 options. And the reason why I say 12 is because when I met with DAC provided yet another option. It was not included in this. This presentation that everybody will see is a little bit different than what was put on the website, because it actually has the facilities costs. So we didn't get those until after the agenda was published, but you will see those, and then we will update the website so that everyone can see it at that point. So the first one is to continue practice, which is what we currently do. We sort of play a waiting game. Last year, I will say that we opened up additional kindergarten at Stevenson to relieve pressure, and it worked. It's an easy solution. Normally, Stevenson fluctuates 3-2, 3-2 every single year in order to keep the balance. Part of the beauty of building a 450 student school at Stevenson is it allows you to accommodate that type of growth. And so we went ahead and then we exercised that option up front. We said if it worked last year, it's definitely going to work this year. So we've already put that one in there. So Stevenson has 3 kinders moving forward instead of the 2 that it would have received. But it worked last year because it relieved the pressure from all the other schools, and it allowed us to get every kid into their home school. This year when we did it, we still had parents who received a letter from the district saying that you could not attend your homeschool. But what the current practice does allow, as we've seen over the last week, is it does allow for numbers to adjust. And so we've seen parents who make a choice for whatever reason to send their kids to either a private school, parochial school, independent, a language school, a religious school, a charter school. So they make choices, and they knew that they were making those choices because our enrollment process coincides almost around the same time. They register in January knowing that they may choose something else, and that benefits some families, but doesn't benefit all the families. Now, again, as I talked about earlier before, part of this is that we know that our community moves. And so the current practice has worked for years where the list does go down. But, you know, as a parent, I can tell you that waiting until the day before school starts to find out whether or not you got into your neighborhood school can be just a little bit not only vexing, but it definitely can be a little strenuous. And so that is part of this, one of the cons here, right? The second part about this is that we will institute residency checks for all impacted schools, regardless of grade level. We talked about this last year, and we didn't have the staffing to do it. Ms. Robinson and her team have already said and have already approached me about doing it again this year. And so we will do it this year. We've already started working on what the process will be. And part of this will rely on families to sort of report. And part of this will also rely on us going to verify. So the cost of this is actually zero, right? Has no actual cost whatsoever to the district outside of time. So, and I will say this, none of these only factor in the facilities costs. These do not factor in any additional personnel costs. We assume in all of these options that a teacher will have to go somewhere. And so that cost is built in, as Dr. Clark talked about earlier, into the sort of the contingency. If there is growth, if we have to move people around, we know that we're going to pay for that. So as we started looking at this, we said, okay, so if we know that we can't put our students in their homeschool, what if we created satellite sites, right? And so No Child Left Behind, and it's a provision that's sort of carried over into ESSA, the Every Student Succeeds Act, allows you to create satellite sites in overpacked schools or schools that are underperforming. And so basically you can plop a school, another school, you can use another school's name at any site that you have available to you. We felt like at the last board meeting, you approved the sale for $1 to purchase the 3 portable units that the county was currently using for their preschool program because they are collapsing it. And so the idea here was, and I know we don't have a map, but it's to take those portables which are currently in the construction zone. They have to be gone by January of 2018. So we would move those over to the actual parking lot and place those there, and they would exist with the current special ed preschool that is at Slater. So it solves a capacity issue, and we would move all of the students from Huff and Bub that could not get into the homeschool into those sites, and we would freeze enrollment at those sites until we had the ability to bring them all back. So no kids would be able to enter what we'll call it traditional Huff, right? They would have to go to the satellite site until we had the ability to move families back in. So we do have space that's available. It's another pro. But part of this, one of the cons that we have is that you would have 2 satellite sites, one for Bub and one for Huff. And while those teachers will be able to collaborate, they would not be able to collaborate with their school. The other thing that we thought about was that there is a supervision issue. We do need to provide supervision during recess. We do need to lunch supervision because you have to have staffing there. And so we thought about, and then we thought about this question of, well, how do we get kids back to their school? Because if I'm a parent, and that's the only lens I'm going to use in some of these scenarios, right? If I'm a parent and I have Eli and I'm looking at Eli and I say, well, how do I make sure that Eli has the ability to be with his friends who live in the neighborhood, considering that he's not there, any of the time. The only time he sees are these kids. So we said, well, what if we bus them back and forth so that they have library time, so they can have lunch and recess. And so that's why it says students would lose instructional time, because it assumes that we would bus them. It doesn't mean that we have to, but if we were to go, if we were to think about how we could get them over, and it's more than just field trips and more than just assemblies, we would have to bus them. And so that would be the loss in instructional times. And we would have to pay for those costs. The facilities cost of this is $650,000. In addition to that, I talked about earlier that this will be next to an active construction site. And so one of the challenges with Slater, the way that we've designed the school is that the school is actually on what's currently the green space and what's currently the parking lot, and the preschool will eventually become the field and the softball field, the soccer field. And so the school is actually going to be nestled away in sort of a corner away from traffic. But because we place these kids on, and this issue pops up a couple of times with some of the different scenarios, but those portables would be right next to that street. And so we would have to fence that off, and we would need to make, that's also why we talked about supervision. We would need to make sure that kids do not go towards the street, and there would be no parking over there because the portables would have to go there. So it is a complication with this one. And I need to say, any of these are doable. Part of the thing that I'm doing right now is presenting all of the things that the staff has thought about as we went through these options, just so that we're clear. And I know Todd also brought that one up too. Just be mindful that trucks will be driving in sort of the corner of where it's at. Okay, so then we thought of option 3. And I'll just, because I didn't put my disclaimer up front, some of these options are very doable, and some of these are nuclear options that we don't really want to exercise. But for the sake of argument, we wanted to explore every single thing that was out there. And so I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't sit up here and say, hey, what if we delay construction at Huff and Bub in order to pull this off, and using the existing modulars. So it does keep kids in the neighborhood. It does allow us to add space. We will have a lot more space at those particular sites, but it comes at a cost, a huge cost. The MURs would not be built on time, and so that will be the additional cost. And I know, so I apologize. I thought we edited this. It says adds $4 million, $2 million per site, and then we got the facilities cost, and then we forgot to take out the cost up top. So go with the facility cost. Those are the accurate numbers, not the $4 million cost that's up there. And if I'm not correct, these are per year costs, right? This is cumulative. All these costs are cumulative. Right. And what that also means is that right when I arrived, the board made a decision to make sure that our special education students we had dedicated classes. One of the concerns was that our students with disabilities who are in our special day classes were moved from site to site every single year to adjust for growth. And so we are planning on building classes so that every kid can be at their neighborhood school and sort of move with their peers, as opposed to moving them from, Landos to Theracov to Montaloma every single year. And so it would delay that process also, as well as the new library. So this one costs $2.5 to $3 million. Option 4 is Cooper. So this is adding satellite portables at Cooper. It is conveniently located between both. It is an underutilized site. There are 10 acres there that belong to the district. There is just a preschool that is there. It will require a 6-month approval process through the DSA, because we are not planning on doing any construction over there. Unlike the other options that are out here, where we've already sort of planned for additional things to be there, this one would not. So this would be a brand new process altogether. It won't likely be ready for 2017-18 because we would have to hire a contractor. We would need to look at the site work. So it's a lot of additional things that will have to come, and most likely would require the Department of Education to come and sort of inspect to make sure that we meet the standards. And again, we would have a lack of administration, supervision, play, and lunch spaces. And the basic facilities cost would be almost $900,000 for this one, not including lease options that we would have to put for the portables that go there. So the next one is, well, what if we added a third to Stevenson? What if we added a fourth to Huff? I mean, not a Huff. Huff already has 4. If we add a fourth to Stevenson and we add a fourth to Mistral. While these may benefit the district as a whole, it doesn't solve the problem that we're trying to address, which is the wait list at Huff and Bub. Currently, the pressure, only 3 kinders are in the first 24 on the Stevenson wait list. And of the 11 kinders who are on the Mistral wait list, 0 come from Bub and Huff. We would not jump kids from Hub. We would not jump kids from Huff or Bub in order to get into the wait list. We would follow the process that we've already have outlined. And so this option doesn't really solve the concern that has been raised. And the other piece of this is really just a 1-year solution. And so part of the conversation that we have is, what is a 2-year solution that can get us all the way to the opening of Slater, and then allow Slater to address the issue from there. And so this is a 1-year solution because, to be honest, if you've been over to Castro and Mistral, and I know a couple of you have, there's not really much space over there. So to drop another one would be pretty hard. And then Stevenson, we will see this summer, but there won't be much space behind us either, which is where it's going to be. So this is, and then you have the other concern, which is, okay, so you have 4 kinders there, and at some point those four kinders will become 4 first grade, and so we'll have to maintain that. And the school is only going to be built to 450, so you will have to contract Stevenson drastically in order to adjust. And so right now, if we did 4 kinders at Stevenson this year, or 4 kinders at Mistral, then you would need to have 2 the following year. And so that would likely create some sentiment across the district too, because we do know that the wait list is actually longer for Stevenson than any of the other schools. Okay, so now we come to option 6, which is a soft open of Slater only for kindergarten. Now 6 and 7 sort of piggyback on each other, and I will describe why these are a little bit different. So a 1-year soft open for kinder, which means that the preschool would remain untouched. We currently do not have, the preschool has to stay there for at least 1 year in order for us to create a plan of action to get to sort of move things around, because it require a lot of additional work to get these classes. When I say the special ed preschool at Slater, you have to think about, these are kids who are medically fragile, who require additional occupational therapy or physical therapy. And so these rooms have been specially designed for their particular needs. And so we would have to adjust buildings in order to make this work. So that's why we would need a little lead time in order to pull this one off. So similar to option 2, which is satellite campus, we would take the portables and we would drop them off into the parking lot. And then we would allow Slater to open as a kinder, which would leave pressure immediately at Huff. There are about, I think, 30 kids is what we saw from there, but it may not. And then we would have to, in order to relieve pressure at Bub, we actually would need to reassign everyone. So you would vote on the boundaries, and then we would have to turn right back around and go through every single kid and kinder, and we would have to reassign them in order to go to their new school boundaries. That's what this assumes. Because you're going to spend about $750,000. You want to make sure that $750,000 is well spent for facilities costs. And so it will require some additional work. We looked at 688, and then we have to design a process to populate the school. It could be volunteer, or we would just have to notify. So the other part is you could volunteer. You could do by volunteer. The challenge here is that if you do by volunteer and not enough parents volunteer to go, then chances are we've just spent $750,000 out of our capital budget and for facilities that no one's going to use. And we would need to get it to around 24 students. So-
In option 6, that's open, how many kinder classrooms at Slater in which year?
3 next year.
3 in 2017-18.
Yes.
So why is it called, why is it called a 1-year soft open of Slater? Because they would be there for next
Because
year
this-
and the next year. Yeah?
Correct. So this one assumes, which is why we put in the next one. So after our
Okay.
conversation, I added this next one, which addresses the exact thing you're bringing up. So this one assumes that the preschool stays where it is until its planned move, which is in the 2018-19 school year or 19-20 school year.
Right.
So the preschool would actually stay there, and you would only have those 3 classes, and then those 3 classes would become first graders, but they wouldn't have a space to expand because the preschool is still there. So you would have the preschool operating at the site, and you have the kinder. Now, that obviously is not really a great option. So you would need to do a 2-year soft opening of Slater in order to pull this one off. And this is exactly what we talked about before, which is what you're leaning to, right? So we would do a 1-year soft open at Slater. We would put all the portables over there, and we put the kids in, and we reassign it. And then we would turn around the next year, and those kids will become first graders, and we would move the preschool out and move it into the modular, the portables that the district office and the modulars that are eventually going to become the preschool. And so we would have to coincide a move at the exact same time. And we would need to have to adjust classrooms in order to make this one fit. And it will, part of this is that it will impact Slater, and it also will impact Stevenson. So the temporary village that is currently planned here will have to stay an additional year in order to continue on. This one comes in about $825,000. Again, it also does one other thing. It limits your capability for grandfathering kids at Bub and Huff in the subsequent years. And the reason why is because at some point you're going to have to make a decision about how you populate kids. And so I'm using the worst case scenario, right? So I'm not trying to argue or position at all or say what the board is going to do in terms of enrollment priorities, right? But assume for a second that you do a 2-year soft opening, and you allow kids to move into the Huff school and into Slater, and then all of a sudden you institute the boundaries. Well, then the conversation has to be, well, because Slater is going to open, right? So it opens at K, and then it opens at 1, and then you have to figure out how you're going to populate the 450 student school that's going to be there. And so, but you've already had kids who are at the other schools whose siblings may be assigned to Slater, and they may be at another one. And so you will have to make a tough decision about, do you grandfather a kid or do you not grandfather a kid? And that, I know that's going to be something that will pop up as part of the conversation when we get there, but it is something to consider. It does limit your ability to do it if that's what the board desires to do.
Can we ask questions as you go along, or should we just
Sure,
hold it?
sure.
Okay, so in the option 7, the 2-year soft opening, by
Yes.
year 2, we're talking 6 classrooms.
Correct.
3K, 3-1. This would deal with all the overflow from current neighborhood kids in Huff and Bub that aren't getting in.
Correct.
So would those people and families be thinking that once Slater is a true opening, that they are going back to their neighborhood school?
What's
So,
their neighborhood school?
so we
Well,
would,
where they're not getting into
so
now,
as
and
part
then
of, as
we would
part of the
wanna go
conversation,
into
yes,
your-
we would have to have a conversation about how quick, if you choose this option, you have 2 choices. You can choose to enforce the new boundaries immediately, meaning that we would turn around and we would re-notify every kindergarten kid, because we're going to spend $825,000 just for facilities, and say, here's your new school, right? And then on top, now that's
for both
I'm
6 and 7.
yes,
Agree
I'm
with
looking, and I say this to say I'm presenting the worst case scenario,
Right.
because obviously the volunteer option is something that could be a little bit different. But if we're going to spend almost $1 million on a facility, then I would argue that you need to make sure that we're going to utilize that facility correctly. And so, especially because our budget is already pretty tight in terms of construction, salute. And so we want to make sure that we do it. So I'm presenting you the worst case scenario, which is we say, hey, we're going to do 2-year soft opening. We're going to enforce the boundaries. We're going to re-notify every single parent. This is worst case scenario. Worst case. Notify every parent where your new school is. It will relieve the pressure. We'll move the preschool out the next year, and then we'll enforce it again. Does that answer that?
Yes, thank
okay.
you.
All right. So the next one, option 8, is that the state actually does not require us to have a full day kindergarten. So we would create a AM/PM session, and we would share the space. This will allow everyone to attend their school, but it comes at a cost, right? Because I'm sure there are families who are making decisions about aftercare and are assuming that, hey, my kid's going to be in there until 1:30, and then I have someone to pick them up, or I have some other option. And so what we're now saying is that you would get I think it's like 3 hours and 33 minutes, and we would have to check through CDE to see if we can do it at partially. Right now, the worst case scenario is that every kinder at those sites would have to go through because we don't know whether the Department of Education will actually give us the exemption to do 2 classes at one site, and 3 classes would be a full day kindergarten. So I'm just going to make the assumption that the worst case scenario is that every kinder would have to go through a half day program. And we're trying to find out the answer to that question because that's not something that schools typically do. They typically do either a full day program or they do a half day program. The other thing I will say with this one is that there are kids who need full day kindergarten at Huff and Bub, just like there are kids that need full day kindergarten at Castro and Therakoff, right? That's why we have community engagement facilitators. So I do not want to argue that because a school is in a particular neighborhood, that their need is less than anyone else's need. And so I need to put that one out there. But it could accommodate the classes, and it could possibly be a 2-year fix to solve the problem, because you would do it this year and then you would turn around and you would do it next year. And then if you want it, for those parents who didn't want that option, they could go to a full day program if that's what you so choose, which is about to come up in a second. So just bear with me. Okay. Sorry, I didn't cover the cost. The cost of this is absolutely nothing. So obviously the cheaper options are 1 and 8. And so the next one, 9, is that we add an additional portable at Huff and Bub. So we have space available. We sort of plan to have it. We would do over the counter process. We know that we're going to do construction over there. They could piggyback on the existing contract. We do have, we would move them. We have them sort of reserved. So one of the reasons why Todd is still here is he wants to know what he's going to be doing next. So over 2 years, it would be $200,000. But again, go with the facility cost that's at the bottom. It is not a long-term fix if you just do one, because the next year, if enrollment is high, you would have to think about doing this again. And I would say that, I know that members here are concerned about their child getting into the neighborhood school. I also know, and we've heard from parents who are also concerned about blacktop space. And so this would reduce blacktop space to some degree. And it's already up there, so further limits the space. And then again, some of these options do limit your ability to grandfather kids at Huff and Bob because at some point you're going to have to make a decision about what you're going to do. Are you going to enforce it? Are you going to enforce it just with K? So you just have to know that you would have had kids who have been at Huff and Bob for 2 years, and they would have a couple more years before they head out. So then, we start piggybacking. So some of these start coming to options that sort of, well, if we did this, then why can't we do this? And so if we add one additional portable now and end the extended day kinder at Bub and Huff in 2018, if needed. So what we would do is we would sort of prepare a communications package if we saw that we needed to end the option, or we could say, and this is where option 12 will come in eventually, which isn't in the presentation, but you would say, hey, if we are over enrolled at this particular site, we are going to limit, if we would end with the full day preschool, or sorry, full day kindergarten, or if enough parents decided that they wanted to go to another school that offered full day kindergarten, we could sort of use it as a flexible thing. So parents would have a choice. But the beauty of this is, I think we're not talking about parents this year who've already made a lot of decisions. You're talking about parents who have the opportunity and who we would communicate early and often with, that this is a possibility and that this may happen. The cost is around the same. It does limit, again, the possibilities. The changes are a little bit further out, and so we'll be able to track the growth. It does give you a couple more options in terms of your ability to plan, and you could decide on, because we're deciding on boundaries in on June 15th, we could accelerate the process of the enforcement, provided that we do it before January, right? And so there are some different ways or tactics to sort of pull this, and that's pulling ideas from each and every single plan that we've went through. Option 11, which is option 9, we drop a portable at Huff and Bub. Then we turn around and we do a soft opening of Slater, which means that we move the preschool out. And so we know that Slater is going to be there. The site isn't as dangerous, or not really dangerous, but it isn't as worrisome because you still have a parking lot and the kids aren't right next to the street. So the preschool is a little bit further in. It does add additional space to accommodate the overgrowth, the oversubscription at the two schools. It does give us additional time to communicate a shorter day. So one of the options that we could invoke here is if we wanted to end the extended day, we could sort of track the information. The cost of the portables are in there. We still would limit the playground space over here because of the temporary village. And it does, again, like I said, some of these do limit your ability to grandfather. It costs $850,000 to pull this one off. And so that's sort of where we are. And I'll talk about option 12 when I get to we've taken this to a couple groups and get their feedback. The feedback that I've received from parents, and I'm sure you've received some. So we had a couple people in favor of 2. I got a couple people who were in favor of 1 and sort of letting the process play out. And then we had several different people who were, depending on which way they want to go, there's sort of a 9, 10, 11 kind of person, which is basically drop a portable at the site and then do something else in order to solve the problem next year. That's probably the best way that I would call. But it's been pretty, at least on the email. So I sent an email out to all of the impacted families and said, hey, provide me with feedback. And so that's sort of the gist of the feedback that I've gotten. That's sort of where we are. And I will say that people have been interested in other options about the viability. Cooper was one of the ones that has definitely been up there. But for the most part, the portable one, dropping a portable, has been the emails that I've received. And so just real quick, here are the 11 options. I will get to 12 in a second that we have. And so we took this to district leadership, and this includes assistant superintendents, directors, principals, assistant principals, and coordinators. And that's facilities, that's child nutrition, that's the principals at every single site. So the first thing is, if it's not possible to do option 1, which is to see how this sort of plays out, then the preferred option would be some variation of 9 or 10, which is the least expensive one. What I will say is, although we could use developer fees to pay for this, We are currently over what we have budgeted. I think Dr. Clark and I would love the flexibility of taking that additional $100,000 and putting it in the overall program. But because we budgeted $1 million in developer fees and we're over $1 million, the $100,000 cost could be paid for out of that. So I think that was part of the reason why we were a little bit comfortable with it. So then I took it to the district advisory committee. I know Trustee Wheeler was there. I may want to share some thoughts. And so they actually said, if it's not possible to continue one, and just for the public's sake, the district advisory committee is made up of representatives from every single site council. We didn't have full attendance there, but we did have representatives from the impacted schools in here. So Huff-Bub, Montaloma, and Mistral was actually the other one. So they said, hey, if it's not possible to continue practice one, then this is where option 12 has come in. So what if the district provided, and we don't provide transportation, but what if we provided transportation to impacted students to the sites that they would actually go? We do this for the military families. Anyone who is here from, I don't know if anybody's here from Montaloma. No? Okay. Anybody who has a child or is over in the Montaloma area knows that since we've provided transportation for the military families from the base to Crittenden and Montaloma, that traffic has drastically dropped. It's a lot easier to get over there. It's a lot safer. More kids are showing up. And so it is possible that we do it, and it would cost about $87,000 a year to transport kids. So what we would have to do is hire another bus driver, establish a route. This includes the maintenance fees and everything else, right? For the actual transportation, fuel costs. And this is a rough estimate, but what our director of MOT says is, hey, we'd have to set up a bus stop. The kids will have to jump on the bus and they'll ride their way down to whatever site we choose to put them at. So if it was Montaloma, parents at least wouldn't have to worry about there, but they would have to worry about the pickup or the after school or something from there. So that is a challenge that's there. So that one's 87.
It would only be in the morning then, not in the afternoon?
It could be both in the morning and in the afternoon, but if a parent wasn't at the bus stop, you have to remember these buses pick up our special education students. They also pick up our military kids. They do both, and then they do after school runs. And so they would need to make sure the bus would have to be back in order to do those. And so we'd have to coordinate that. So we would need to make sure that, you know, as the bus sort of strolls up over by Huff or Bub and drops them off, that someone is there to receive them. And so if transportation isn't an option, then look at options 9 or 10. And I want to note that they were reluctant to spend additional funds, which can impact the overall budget and reduce more blacktop space, was the comment that they had. And so I think there's a concern just about our capital bonds project, just that, you know, the last time we ran out of money, which resulted in some schools getting pulled off the list. And so I think this is a community concern just across the board.
Just a comment, or I guess a question
Yeah.
on the blacktop space issue. At both Huff and Bub, we're going to be pulling some of the current portables and moving them. Is that my understanding, to make way for the new construction? So
Correct.
this would be in addition to 3 portables, so like in essence 4 portables.
So those modulars that you're talking about that are in the back,
Yeah.
those are going to be razed, destroyed, because they are not in any. They've exceeded their lifespan.
Got it.
Let's just put it like that. And so that's actually where the new MUR is going to be.
Right.
The portables would then go into the blacktop along the line, and so then the top. So what's the street? Just either one, Huff above the street that where you can access Martins. Well, let's use Huff. So that Martins. So Martins will be cut off. You cannot come. That's the back street, right?
Oh, Sleeper. Carol.
Okay, so the one that's all the way by the current portables, that will be blocked off because that's the construction zone, and it will come around there. So those are gone unless you choose to leave them there and let them stay for additional year and delay the MUR projects. Yeah. And so what we would do is we would put another portable along that line. And so the blacktop space, well, you think of it this way. So all the portables are coming along this line. So you're adding another one that's going closer to the main building.
Right, so their blacktop space is already going to be compromised. So this is
Correct.
An additional pressure. I just kind
Correct.
of wanted to illuminate that for the
Correct.
public. Okay.
Right. It's not like by dropping this one portable there, all the blacktop space is going to be gone. They were
No.
already losing it.
But yeah, that's the point. You may
Yes.
think it's only one when it's actually going to affect a lot more than that.
Correct.
This is in addition to loss of a considerable amount of space already given
Correct.
other construction obligations.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. You know, we all have discussion, but we have community comments.
Right.
Question I have is at the very beginning, when you were talking about option one, you said that we would do residency checks
Mhm.
for all impacted schools. Are you talking about residency checks for kindergartners or for every grade?
So this is for K, but we would go look at residency checks for others. Part of the complication here is that the first priority is that if you're at a school, you remain at the school. But what we need to do is make sure that the kids are still within our district. So if a parent reported that, hey, someone is not here and they gave us an alert, we would do the same thing that some of our neighboring districts do, which is we go verify that and ask them to apply for inter-district transfer. But for K, we would go around and we would do another check. So we verify in the beginning, and then we would come back before the start of school at a date not to be announced. And we would go see if someone moved into a place with a specific idea of, if I move here for a couple months for temporary housing or some other thing, and that gets me into this zone or this school, and then I move to another part because I find a house or another apartment, or I'm no longer in corporate housing, we would verify that they're still there in order to make sure that they can enroll on day one at that particular school. If they're not, then we would send them to what their home school is.
And let me verify we're doing priority ranking next year.
At the start of the school year, we will jump headfirst into enrollment priorities. Part of this is, and the way that this was structured is that you want to know who's going to be impacted before you start making decisions about how it's going to impact people, right? And so it may or may not impact a lot of people, or it may. And so that's the reason why we wanted to set the boundaries first and then talk about what the priorities are second.
Anyone else?
We're going to do discussion after community comments.
Yeah. So we do questions right now, and then what we'll have is a community comments. And after that, we'll come back and then we'll do discussion. And then we'll move forward.
Thank you, President Gutierrez, for that summary.
I think.
I had a question.
Sure.
I have a question too.
Go
How
ahead.
many kindergartners do we currently have projected throughout the district for the next school year? 500 and. in the-
600,
in
I
the
think.
Neighborhood schools.
All right, we're going to
Okay,
look.
because we're making decisions for 2033.
Yes.
I just want to illuminate that.
Oh,
Yeah.
If we have 500 or whatnot in the neighborhood schools and the choice schools,
we're down to 33?
we are. There are
We-
15 that are not getting in at and 15
Yes.
at Huff. So they're not even full kindergarten classes at this point. 12 have been placed since the original thing came out. And if we have 500 others we're serving, I just want to illuminate that we're making, some of the options are very expensive in terms of the per child benefit. I mean, I want to go to my neighbor's. I get that. That's not in question at all. It's really
Right.
kind of trying to look at the numbers.
Yeah, and
I
you
think
could.
that these are families. I'm not trying to disregard that in any way, but
Correct.
at some point with the budget we have, I think it's really important to
Correct.
bring that to light.
And because the numbers are where they are, you could choose to only put a portable at one site, and in order to save costs and watch how it goes. And then what we would do is the exact same thing we're doing in the other scenarios, which is 484.
484.
It's 484 for non-choice schools. And then what you would do is you would create, if you decided, hey, a portable is the option that we want to use. And I'm not arguing for one. I think staff's desire is 1, 9, or 10, which is if we're going to spend money, drop a portable at Huff or Bub to solve the issue. You could watch this list go a little bit lower, and you could, when it hits 24, decide to put the kids at one school, and even though they would be a part of the Huff or Bub community, they still would be assigned. We still would track them, and then the same way we do all of the other moves, forced moves. And when the opportunity came to go back to their home school, that option would be there.
Great. Laura?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. I have one quick question.
Yes.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson. So this isn't a solution for what's going on in general. It's just a basic question about process.
Mhm.
If I understand the process correctly, we have two different deadline dates for when we notify parents on the wait list
Mhm.
of when and if something were to change,
Mhm.
they could then go to their school.
Mhm.
But I think there's two deadline dates, one for the choice program,
Correct.
and that I think is in December or January, around December.
It's in January.
January, okay. And then for the non-choice, what's the deadline date for those families when we notify
I
them?
want to say
The last possible?
It's like September, October.
Okay, so my question then is it possible, and this won't provide that much
Mhm.
relief, but
Mhm.
but there's an opportunity, right? And that's what the school district's about in terms of public education, an
Mhm.
opportunity for everyone to succeed one way or another. Is there an opportunity to be able to move that date so that it'll be also
Mhm.
at the same time as the choice schools? Because
Yes.
since our enrollment is fluid month to month, and we all know that why up to a point, that might give some
Right.
leeway.
Yes. So what we would do is we would maintain the wait list a little bit longer. We could extend out to January. And so when a space comes available, we would call the parent and we would say, hey, it's October 1st. If you're interested in sending your kid back, there's a spot available to you. It's the same thing we do at the choice schools. And so you could keep that going. The other piece of this is that we keep the data in terms of who has been moved,
Mhm.
because they then get priority. They get moved up on the priority list, so that they can go back to their home school if space is available. And so that could be a two-pronged solution, that if there's space through the middle of the year, they can go back, or if there's space at the end of the year, they can go back.
Okay, perfect. So if you're all interested in that as well, by all means, chime in. But I have another question.
Yeah.
In terms of the money,
Mhm.
where are we getting the money? Right. That's my question, because I see that there's a cost difference and there's a cost benefit
Yep.
analysis to everything.
Yep.
And I know we're based on the budget projections, not just for this year, but the following years, we're in a pinch.
So this is restricted revenue. And so what we're taking this out of is our capital projects program,
Measure G,
as well as our certificate of participation and our developer fees. We've already leveraged our lease revenue to pay for the certificates of participation. And we don't want this to come out of the general budget, because that's we've already saw what the budget projections are.
And those are programs.
Yes.
Yes.
So in this case, we would, depending on how much you want to spend, we would take it out of developer fees or the overall capital bonds project, which includes a Measure G bond as well as a certificate of participation. It is one of the reasons why 9 or 10 is a little bit more doable, because the cost for it, because our developer fees, last time I checked, were about $1.13 million. You have in excess $130,000, so you could assign it there. I think Robert and I are both conservative in terms of what we like to do with finances. He's probably a little bit more conservative than I am. In fact, I know that. But I know both of us would also like to see that $130,000 put to projects that are currently in place, because we know that costs are sort of escalating, which is why we're trying to move as quickly as possible to get things done. But that would be the recommended funding source that we have. I would not want to take this out of general budget.
Okay, so my last question then is, I'm sorry, Trustee Blakely. My last question then is, based on that, with the COP, are we able to do something like that though? Because I thought we were just reduced, or we were restricted to just allocate that money strictly for the opening of Slater, for the construction and building of that program.
Correct. So yeah, now we're getting like really into like the fine items. So I'm saying, when I say capital bonds project, I'm taking the whole program together. You
I
are
see.
correct. We wouldn't touch the certificate of participation because we were very clear about what we planned on spending that on.
I see.
But basically, you'd be taking away the dream of shade structures if we put it in this. Is that kind of what it boils down to?
I don't think so,
Shade
because it's not-
structures have sort of went the way of the dodo bird until,
Okay. I thought there was
and
still
I,
a
don't-
dream.
I say that because our budget is already pretty tight. And so what we've done, we took a lot of items off in order to make sure that we could do it. And then what we'll do is, if there's money left over,
Right.
we will start adding shade structures and those other projects that we know we want to do, but we didn't budget for because we spread a lot of money across a lot of different sites. So those things will be the last thing that we do. So we would come back in to, the Montalomas, the Theracoffs, and we have it planned where it's going to be. We would add the shade structure then based off of what money is left over.
That's what I meant. There wouldn't be any or there would be this much less money left over potentially if we spend it on this to do
Yes.
some of those dream projects.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I had a new question.
Go for it.
Dr. Rudolph, you mentioned that if we used the portables, 3 extra portables at Slater, that we'd move them into part of the parking lot that was kind of like, close to construction.
Mhm.
Could we also move them to the green area and at Wisman Elementary?
At Wisman Elementary? No. So the reason why is you would run into the same issue that you're going to run into at Cooper, which is what we're capitalizing on is that we're already planning on doing construction and that we've already started working on plans to move it, right? And so to do it, we could, but it would take 6 months. So it wouldn't be ready at the start of the school year because it would have to go through DSA. That's the only catch to that one. So you would think, so let's say we did it today. So this is April, right? So by October, we would hopefully be in and out of DSA and be pretty close. If we rushed it, I think we're at 3 to 4 months.
But the German school has tons of portables there, and they don't need 6 months to add portables. So how is it that they could add a portable next month, but we couldn't somehow piggyback on their ability to add portables there?
We go through the similar process in terms of
They don't need
DSA.
6 months to add portables.
They couldn't add a portable next month. The soonest on an over-the-counter right now, the soonest you can get in is mid-June.
Let's
for
take that.
which
So then they could add portables by
But you
mid-June.
have to start from scratch. And if you're going on to the green area, you're probably going to have to go through California Geologic Survey and CEQA and all of those processes. So I think it would be 6 months optimistically.
But
And
it's Slater.
The topography over there is not great. There's very little flat land.
But it's Slater. Even though portables don't usually sit in the parking lot area, we don't have any of those time problems.
Slater, again, it would be an over-the-counter. You have existing portables there. We would go in for a relocation on your existing portables, go to DSA and say, we're going to move these from fronting on North Wisman, shift them 150 feet to the parking lot. And that should be able to be done on an over-the-counter for a temporary basis, less than 3 years. And again, it would be a mid-June appointment.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Trustees, any other questions? Okay, let's open this up to public comments. We have quite a number of members of the community that would like to speak to this. So we'll go with 2 minutes each. I'd like to stress if we can have unique comments, that would be very appreciated. Okay, now we got 8. 9.
Going once. 99910.
All right, so that'll, well,
Dr. President Gutierrez, would you say that if someone's giving a comment and someone else in line is giving a substantially similar comment, that what should they do to let us know? Like, could they come up and say, I totally agree with this person. I don't need to
sure.
give a separate,
Yeah, that's
and then we'll know, we can count the number of people, but we don't need to hear it twice.
Right, and that's why I had also said, if they're unique comments, that would help very much, because if not, then we run into that quagmire of time, right? There's only so much of that all of us have one way or another. It's not that we don't want to listen. We listen, we read, we understand. Let's see here. So we have another person, Dr. Ayana Rudolph, or?
There are two more.
Two
So
more?
I'm going to collect them and.
Sure, okay. All right, so the first person that we have is Vicky Schultz.
I sent Vicky Nobel Schultz.
Use your microphone.
Please.
I sent a letter to the school board. I have it signed by a few people in my community about portables. What I want to say is that two things. One, this board has a commitment to every child. It's not a numbers game. If we have a commitment to the value of neighborhood schools, it's valuable to every single child. So I encourage you not to look at the numbers, but to look at the experience of every child. And so obviously my community, or the people that I've talked to in my community, 9, 10, and 11 are our preferences. Also, I want to say that my older daughter, who attended Menlo School from the 6th grade to the 12th grade, was part of the construction project in the 9th grade, and the parents were up in arms that their kids were going to go to school in portables for an entire school year. It was an extremely positive experience. The kids loved it, and the teachers liked it. So this notion of the negativity about a portable, it's not always true. A portable can be a wonderful place to have an education. So with that, I want to share, and again, each child is important, and if you value the importance of a neighborhood school, you value it for every child in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Brian Babcock, please.
See, good evening. So I am one of the 45 who received those letters that Dr. Rudolph referred to. And I'll say that from my personal family situation, reliable daytime transportation is very difficult. One parent cannot drive for medical reasons. The other parent has employment constraints that make it difficult. And so for us, being in a neighborhood school is really almost the only practical option. So I would strongly urge the board to consider adopting options 9 or 10, or one of the ones that does bring the students together. And a further comment about option 12, which is a bit better, but it does make it difficult for early elementary kids to socialize outside of school with students from their neighborhood. So as I say, for us, options 9 or 10 would be greatly preferable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Babcock. Ms. Kodani, please. And after Ms. Kodani will be Matt Grunwald, followed by Susan Tai.
First, I just want to thank the board, because I know you have an unenviable position of having a lot of disgruntled folks here. I do want to say that it's my son is number 21 out of 23 on the wait list, and that is a little disheartening.
Which school?
Of Bub, and I actually grew up in the neighborhood, and I went to Bub myself many years ago. And so it's especially difficult to live very close to Bub and not be able to attend the school. Just one quick note is that additionally difficult is to be kind of pitted against our neighbors to try to get into the same school. So that's why the option 9, 10, 11 really seems viable for us, because again, it keeps us as a community instead of pitting us against each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grunwald. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you guys as well. I have an incoming kinder who will be at Bub. And I guess one question that I've asked some people in the know at Bub is, why is for the Measure G funds, the plan, why is the MER so close to the third row of classrooms? So, I mean, it seems like there's an opportunity there, or I'd ask facilities, why that's so close there, because currently it's being planned to be built over the current portables. If you just moved it, which there's like a vegetable garden that might get cut. But I think if you moved it, you could keep the portables that are there, try to get a couple more years out of them. There's also 6 more portables that we put on the blacktop. They wouldn't necessarily have to be put on the blacktop if you could keep that row of portables. So you wouldn't have the negatives there and maybe save some cash. You know, and when the boundaries go through, and then maybe you can keep them for a couple extra years and keep the commitment to those students who you're putting in there. Because it is a hard decision for us right now, knowing that since our neighborhood will no longer be zoned for BUB, do we put a kid in a school who's going to 2 or 3 years later be pulled back out? I mean, that's tough. So, thank you.
Dr. Rudolph, is this the sort of thing that maybe after public comment, Mr. Lee could comment on that issue? Ms. Tai, followed by Anu Krishnamurthy, followed by Ania Mitros. Please introduce yourself.
Sure. My name is Susan Tai. I'm a mother of Kate Tai. I'm the mom bear here today and a lawyer, so you're not going to see the most pleasant side of me. But I want to show you my daughter, Kate, and I want to show her to you, Ms. Wilson, because I want to illuminate the fact that your daughter or child already goes to Huff, correct? So, right? Okay, but you've had the opportunity for your child to go to Huff, to go to the school that they would have normally been assigned to under the current boundary lines. My child is not going to have that same opportunity. And that's, to me, fundamentally just not proper. And I also want to illuminate the fact that the reason why we're standing here today is because the board and the district has failed to deal with these residency issues. We are the only district in the area that allows kids to stay in neighborhood schools even after they moved out of the neighborhood. We can't sustain that practice. The reason why I moved for the board to put in an agenda item on today's meeting to address that specific enrollment priority is because we have 4 board meetings before the beginning of the school year. And that issue should be addressed before then. It really doesn't matter if the boundary lines are redrawn. The fact that we have kids in our district that are going to school in areas that they've moved out of is going to be a continuing problem regardless of how the boundary lines end up. And additionally, the fact that we have kids going to school and utilizing our resources that are undoubtedly moved out of the district is a huge problem that we have to address. And both of those are issues we should be independently addressing apart from the boundary lines. I support decisions 9, 10, and 11. I also want to point out the fact that I talked to Dr. Rudolph specifically about the fact that I think it's a misnomer to say that option 1 and option 8 doesn't have cost. It has significant cost to families. I agree with the previous commentator. It affects my family. We have 1 car. To try to figure out transportation across town is going to cost these families a lot more money than what it's going to cost the district. So I understand the district's funds are your priority, but they shouldn't be. You should factor in the individual financial impact of all of the families here today.
Thank you, Ms. Tai. Anu Krishnamurthy, Ania Mitros, and Galen Coleman after that.
I have a daughter in 5th grade in Stevenson, and she's been in Stevenson since kindergarten. And my home school is Huff Elementary. My younger daughter grew up practically in Stevenson, and she didn't get in, and that was okay because I understand it's a lottery system. But not getting into Huff was not okay because it's our neighborhood school, and that's really disappointing to us. I had a few questions about option 9. So if, at the end of summer, if quite a few of the children get into their neighborhood schools and only 4 or 10 are remaining, and if you decide to go ahead with option 9 and you put in these modulars, portable in different schools, what will happen? Will you still continue with option 9, or will you take it away since saying that it's just 4 or 10 kids and they can go to Montaloma or wherever they've been assigned? The other question was, so again, if you have less number of kids towards the end of summer, you might not even incur 200,000 or the 100,000 which you have mentioned, because you'll just need 1 modular, 1 portable somewhere, and that'll be half the cost. The other thing was, in one of the other options, you had mentioned that one of the cons was mentioning to parents who are already in the neighborhood schools that they might need to move out eventually or move out this year. I don't see it as a con because most of the parents are prepared for it already, knowing that they need to go to Slater when it opens. So that's another thing. And then blacktop, Stevenson has a very small blacktop, and the kids are totally fine playing on that blacktop, and I don't find what the concern is for Huff having a smaller blacktop compared to what it is right now.
Thank you for your comments. Ania, did I say that right? Mitros?
Anya.
Anya, sorry.
Hi. So I have a somewhat different story. I have 3 children, and my oldest was actually at Bub last year, and due to kind of unfortunate circumstances that I won't go into because it's a long story, it involves a private school. He's now at Landals this year. And so we decided to keep him there because that way he would have continuity of friends and so on, and moving him again when he's at his 3rd school in 2 years just seemed disruptive. And I have a second child who will be starting kindergarten next year who is now on the Landals waiting list, to my dismay, because my second child is the shy kid. I was really hoping that he could go to the same school as his brother. And I have a 3rd child, so I'm facing the possibility of having 3 children in 3 different places because my youngest is at daycare, my oldest is at Landals, and my middle one is who knows where. And Landals wasn't even really addressed today. No one really talked about Landals, and I came here because my son's number 7 or 8 on the Landals waiting list, and it's quite unnerving. So I was wondering if you could also address that, since the topic is waiting list. I think Landals deserves at least a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitros. I'd like to make one comment related to that. Last year we had waiting list problems, and Landals had the biggest waiting list last year, had 21 neighborhood kids on the wait list for Landals, 20 at Huff, and I think it was 7 at Bub. And so, and next year, maybe Landals will have the biggest waiting list again. I don't know what drives this sort of fluctuation. Well taken. Mr. Coleman.
Hi. So I have a question related to facilities, and if you guys can kind of think about it in the options you're looking at adding portables on. So I know currently, and I haven't seen them in it, at Bub we have a 3-strand 3rd grade class with 4 strands behind them on 2nd, 1st, and so on. So when we're looking at adding portables in, are we looking at having enough facility to support the 4-strand 3rd grade coming in? Because we'll have 4 strands of 3rd graders, 3rd grade, or 3 strands of 4th, and I haven't heard that. And you're going to see that kind of stuff if you're looking at half-day kinders. You're now going to be moving those, you'll end up with a 5-strand into your 1st. So you'll have to look at what you're going to do for that. So I don't know if you've talked to facilities or what your plans are, but I would really like to hear what the thoughts are in general. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Next is, I think it says Anna, and I can't tell if it's Lies or Lise, okay, followed by Karen Dillon and Mr. or Mrs. Bala Sabramanian. Okay.
Hi, my name's Annalise. I'm a mother of a current 2nd year at Huff and then an incoming kinder. And I'm fortunately not on the wait list this year, but I just wanted to voice concern that I think is shared by a lot of the parents I know about considering the half-day kinder options, and just kind of piggybacking on how supportive everyone was of the preschool initiative that's going forward and the opportunities that provides to the children. I think a lot of the parents in the district value an extended day kinder and that instruction time. And if that were taken away, I think that would be a shame when we're concerning all of the kids in the district. With 2 working parents in our family, we also utilize the aftercare program and are very happy with it. And so have concerns about, if I or one of the other parents were in the afternoon program, how that would work, or if there were on the minimum days, exactly how that would come into play. And then just a general question, if there's some historical data, like over the last 5 years, about the number of kids on the wait list initially and the number of kids that are able to be placed, because I know it's been a concern in the past years, but I've never seen like this amount of interest in generating different solutions or spending more money on other solutions. And I just wanted to get some perspective on that.
It's Lise, Ms. Lise. Thank you, Ms. Lise. Sorry?
Didn't last year we end up actually successfully placing?
If staff would like to address that question.
So last year we were fortunate that we were able to get every neighborhood kid into their school. This year, it's a bigger group of kids. And so I think this is, and I don't have the whole historical background of it. I think I would lean more to Ms. Robinson, but this has been an issue that has been in the district for some time, and it has its ebbs and flows, where some years it's big and it's an issue, and then other years it isn't. And so what the district has employed as current practice is that we've moved people around. I think salute. I think part of this is also our community has changed drastically. So Mountain View 10 years ago is not the Mountain View of today. And so some of the traffic concerns that people talk about now probably weren't here, at least from the pictures that I see and some of the thoughts, some of what people have said. And so Shoreline wasn't, we know Google wasn't there, or it was just starting, and so it was a lot smaller. And so I think that's also impacted a lot of these solutions that have come about. So I guess what I'm trying to say is it has been an issue, but it has resolved itself in one way or another. And then every year it changes, right? And so it's hard to speculate as to why you get more kids one year. Yeah. Yeah. I can at least speak to last year. We got everybody into their homeschool. And that came right at the very start of the school year.
Let's take this, maybe we can look into this.
Yeah.
But one thing I would clarify, not to contradict you, but we got the waiting lists to 0, but that's because lots of families left the district.
Mhm.
Okay, so like having people that live right next to one of these schools say, forget it and go to a private school somewhere is not a success case, even if the list goes to 0, so.
And we know that, we have data on that. I'd like to see that too.
Okay, let's continue this in discussion. But
Okay.
Point
yes.
noted.
Good point.
Yep.
Okay. Karen Dillon, please. Corinne Dillon. I'm blue.
Good evening. So I'm a Bub parent. I have a 2nd and a 4th grader, and I'm not directly impacted by this in terms of having an incoming kinder, but it's the first issue that I felt passionate enough and compelled enough about to come to a board meeting. So thank you for addressing it. So I have one thing that I think is kind of an unaddressed implication that someone touched upon. The options for the half-day kinder programs, who's going to teach these children? Because it seems like they would have to be full-day teachers, and it would require an 8-hour day of working, plus, of course, their other time, instructional time, plus their prep time. So I didn't feel like that was addressed. Maybe it is. That's one concern. And then someone had mentioned the YMCA Kids Place and the aftercare programs that are in place. I know that when my kids were younger, I relied on that absolutely. And I think that would be a huge issue that the YMCA would need to be brought on to addressing the morning care issue for the afternoon kids if you were going to implement any of those issues. And then my second thing is just an idea. There was a lot of talk about losing playground space. Is there a way that we could, so I'm at Bub and then Huff too. Both of those fields are really big. They have huge grass fields. My kids play soccer on those fields. There's a lot of extra space. Is there a way you could extend that blacktop temporarily with some sort of surface, if that's truly a barrier to all? Some ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. Mr. Balasubramanian.
Actually, a lot of questions. Hi, I'm Molly Balasubramanian, and a lot of questions that I had, I think people already started asking. But I think it's good to kind of reflect on the data that we already have, right? Because with the current practice, my question still remains whether, if you're looking at historical data, how did the in some sense, the wait list reduce? Already we can see people moving up the wait list, right? So is there a deadline for parents to kind of confirm acceptance, or people are just voluntarily withdrawing applications? What's happening? How is the wait list moving? That is one question. And second thing is, if the number of kids that are left behind who don't get in their schools, what is the plan? I mean, the current data is based on whatever the 33 kids are in the wait list. But if only 4 kids are in the wait list when school year begins, would we have a different plan, or what is the thought behind that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we close public comment on this item.
Great,
And
thank
I
you.
hand the gavel back to the president.
Thank you, Trustee Colorado, Mr. VP. We are moving on now to discussion. Who would like to start?
Can I start with a question that came up while
Yeah,
I was
go-
hearing all these
sure,
things?
sure.
Ms. Robinson? Sorry to interrupt. I have a question for you. If someone new were to move into the Bub neighborhood tomorrow with their with their 4-year-old and came to the district, would they go on, where do they end up in the process? Do they end up on the same wait list we're talking about, the neighborhood wait list?
Neighborhood wait
They would
list.
add to that
Mhm.
at the bottom. Okay. That was my only first question. How would you like to, President Gutierrez, do you have any idea about like how you'd like to structure finding out if there's consensus on some of these 11 or 12 options?
Right, that's what I was thinking right now. I'd like to, if we could, because we're supposed to also try and problem solve this, figure out if there's of all these, maybe like the top 3, and then go from there. But I also want to, before we start our discussion, I want to reiterate to our parents here. This situation in general is very stressful and it's perplexing. And sometimes there's just no one right solution. As you can tell, and all of you have been very patient because you've been here for a long time. We all know what the numbers are for the budget. We've seen that. We know what we're looking at in terms of a parcel tax, where we're operating under a $4 million deficit. We know that there's competition amongst neighborhoods to try and get into the neighborhood schools. And so having said all that, it doesn't add to a happy zone, right? And I'm the one who always pushes trying to be positive and working together as a team and looking at things from a different perspective, trying to think about the end goal, about creating the district that we all deserve. And I'd just like to remind everyone in a nice way that for several years in the past, we haven't tackled those issues. And with this new board and with the superintendent and our team, we're doing that. We're going on a step-by-step basis to bring that change that we all know should have been addressed. And it's not an easy situation because some will look at it as a win-loss situation, but I'm trying to look at it as a win-win situation. Because in the end, if it wasn't taken care of back then, well, we're going to take care of it now, right? But we move forward together that way. And so that's what I wanted to stress, so that everyone understands that no matter what happens in the end, we'll do the best we can to try and do what's best for the district and for the community and for everyone in general. So having said that, I like number 1, and I would look at 9.
So I'll go next and I'll say I'm in favor of 9 and looking into 10 also. When I was at DAC, one of the explanations we got is a reason to do 10 is that it allows for some future time for future planning. So it's not that we would necessarily have half-day kindergartens, but it allows us to, not try to force a solution right now. But I definitely want to have the portables. I don't want to just do a wait and see. So we'll see what everybody else says about this. And tonight is the first time I'd ever heard about, and this is intriguing to me, because it addresses some of the comments that people have made, is, I think it's the right thing to do to put a portable at Bub and Huff. And if we don't need 2 portables, I'd be open to having the actual used portable be at Bub or Huff, because those campuses are so close together that I think temporarily parents would be willing to send their child to Bub or Huff. If we end up with, a total of 20 kids from both of these schools, I think they'd rather have a portable at Bub and Huff than, go to Montaloma. So, but I definitely am in favor of serving the parents and the families that we have now, and having the portable at Bub and Huff.
Sure.
Well, just to start, because of the cost concerns, I'm not interested in pursuing any solution that costs over $100,000. So that would limit it to 1, 8, 9, 10, and 12. I feel for the families. I understand this is a problem like everybody's acknowledging, and I think we should do something about it, and rather than just wait and see. I personally like 8. This is the, well, I don't know that you necessarily need to end the extended day kinder. So I don't know what kind of approval you need from the state. But when my kids were little, I know I keep talking about when my kids were young, but at Landals, they had both half day and all day kinder. They were just piloting all day kinder. And I remember when my older kid, who's a junior in college now, was starting, Jeff Bear, who's now the superintendent of Los Altos School District. He was the principal. And we were trying to figure out, should we try to put him in this all day kinder, or should we just put him in the regular morning kinder? And we met with him and he said, tell me about your son. And we described our son, and he said, he'll be better off in the half day program just because of the fit with the teacher. And we did it. But he told us also, and this was true because later they ended up having the all day and the half day for a few years. They cover the same content area in both the half day and the all day program. Some kids do better with an extended format, but they do cover the same content area. So it kind of depends on the kid. I love the idea of there being some flexibility. And it would just depend on what the overflow is. But to a couple of the questions that somebody posed, it is one teacher that would teach like a morning program and then an afternoon program. The kinder days were something like 3 hours and 10 minutes. Something like that. The YMCA Kids Place provided extended, kids place after school care. So when you went to the morning kinder, you would go, those kinders would go straight and kind of have a smaller session before the big kids showed up at 2:30 or whatever. And that worked fine. So I like the idea of having those options. One other thing that factored into the equation at the time, they usually let people select if they wanted afternoon kinder. And there were some families that had little kids and a stay-at-home parent, some younger kids. They just liked not having to get everybody ready and out the door until 11 o'clock. And so that can also be a good option for some families. So I kind of like that option because there's no additional cost. You still have the issue that somebody raised about what happens when you have you still have too many kids, and when you're trying to funnel into third grade or a different format, what do you do there? But as I've mentioned in some other board meetings, I really think we need to revisit the idea of combo classes. And that is a great way to, you can kind of wait and see what the numbers are like. I mean, there were years where we had a K1 combo class all set up and then more kinders enrolled. And so then it was just a K. And you could kind of play that by ear a little bit. And it does leave you some room, some flexibility to adjust. And then lastly, to the concern about the blacktop, there was actually prior bond money in prior years and portables on the blacktops. And it's a little squishy, especially you don't have the first and second graders, don't have a separate play area from the bigger kids. But it works. There's still going to be blacktop room. It also doesn't impact the grass, and so it's a little more crowded at recess. I think it's a little harder for the yard duties, but it's just not the end of the world. So if we did go to the idea of 9 or 10 adding a portable, I don't think it's going to be a materially detrimental impact that there's that much more space taken up from the blacktop. Thank you. And I also appreciate the variety of solutions that have been proposed that you all worked on so that we can try to find the best one for our families.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely. Greg?
I'm just going to first reiterate the last thing Trustee Blakely said. I love that we're driving this bull, that you guys are driving this bull by its horns, because in the last several years, we just kind of like, I hope it'll work out. And all these families have these difficult situations, and I'm sure they don't all like the way they get solved. But I'm glad that you guys are looking for a solution to this. I don't like number one very much, is another way of saying what I just said. The four that I like the most are 6, 7, 9, and 11. I'm a little surprised that all the different families that are on the Huff and Bub waiting lists, none of them expressed any support for opening any of those classrooms at Slater. Maybe it's because it's like indirect, but like the family who's on the Landals waiting list and like the 21 on the Landals waiting list from last year, many of them live over near Slater. And we don't, I don't think you guys have the numbers for this, but to the extent that those 3 vacant classrooms, 3 vacant portables could be used to open a kinder at Slater, that would probably resolve all of the wait list problems immediately. Because there are so many families that, even if they're not like in the Slater neighborhood or Wisman Station or Huff A, Wagon Wheel, they're just much, much closer to Slater than Huff is to Mauna Loma. That's like several miles. And so even people from maybe adjoining neighborhoods like the Shark Fin neighborhood of also known as Willowgate are just kind of across the Stevens Creek Trail, path to Slater. So that is intriguing to me. And it also reduces the number of kids that go somewhere for 1 year and then get moved, or go somewhere for 2 years and then get moved. And so I'd like to consider, actually, could you move the slides back to 6 and 7? I can't remember why they cost $650,000. And maybe Mr. Lee could comment on, we own the portables. They're there at Slater. How does it get to 750,000?
The biggest cost is electrical, because those buildings are not currently wired for your fire alarm, your data systems, or anything. They're tied into the county, they're tied into the power, but you've got to reestablish all of the power hookups. To meet DSA requirements, they have to be tied into the same fire alarm system as the preschool. So if the fire alarm's activated from any of those rooms, it all goes off. So that's a whole new fire alarm panel. You need to do a intermediate data frame, again tied to the preschool, to have internet connectivity in all of those buildings, your phone system, your clock bell. So that's 300 and some odd thousand of it. You got to reconfigure the parking lot because it's currently a 2-lane drop off, but the corner of the building will converge into that. You got to reestablish your handicap path of travel from the ADA parking stalls to get in, because you're taking up the ADA parking stalls. There's actually quite a bit involved.
Why do we buy those portables then? Even for $1?
For $1.
We have to move them.
It's a good deal.
But they have to be relocated for the Slater construction anyway.
The ones we bought from the county are where?
Here.
Which portables at Stevenson?
Those are the ones owned by the county. But the county operates at Slater.
Yes.
Weird. That's a
Yeah.
weird
It
artifact
took us
of
a while.
something.
It took us a while to figure that out. Dr. Clark was a sleuth, and he was all over the place of where did these portables go.
All right, so I don't really love the $750,000 for what we get there. Like 3 portables in the parking lot getting dusted by construction. Now that's the 1 year. That's if we just do it for the following year. How about the option where the Slater preschool is moved into its new home here in 2018, and all those classrooms that are over there now are used to open something in 2018?
That's option 11. So we would move the preschool early.
Okay.
It would coincide with here, and then we use the existing Slater preschool, and that would be the kindergarten for Slater next year, or not next year, the year after. So for the 18-19 school year.
And the 850 is the same stuff we were talking about?
850 is, this is in addition to what you would already pay at Slater. Because you have to remember, you're now incurring costs back here that you weren't expecting to incur. So you have your temporary village that has to stay, which delays more groundwork. You then have to retrofit the portables over here to meet the ADA requirements that those kids need. And I'm sure Todd probably has a list of what all the other ones are.
It's essentially the list of option 6 plus the added costs that's taking place back there. So, and you need to bring in if I remember correctly, a toilet room portable over at Slater to make that work out. So
And that would open up how many? 6 classrooms in the 2018 year?
correct.
None next year.
Wait, so this opens 3, I think. Was it?
I thought it was the 6.
Are there 6?
You're moving the portables onto the sites plus.
How many? 6? 6.
All right, so that's a better deal. So I like 11, but 9 more than that. Ms. Wilson, you next.
While I would love a soft open of Slater, it's cost prohibitive. It's happening. Unfortunately, it's 2 years down the road. For people who haven't been around for the last few years, this has been an issue for a few years, and that's why we're opening Slater. A lot of those kids don't go to their neighborhood schools. In fact, their schools were closed and rented out. So we're solving that problem. I like option 1. I don't like the fact that it's called continue current practice because of the 4th bullet point where additional residency checks. I don't know that that is current practice. So it's kind of a misnomer in terms of we're not going to do anything because that's actually doing something. Just technicality, and I'm not a lawyer, so. But that could move the needle a little bit on this. Also, most people, when they buy and sell, it's in the summer because they're waiting. If they're going to have a child in school, they don't want to move in the middle of the school year. So we could see these numbers go down. That said, I agree with Trustee Wheeler. We don't want to wait and see.
Or up, yeah. They could go up for the same reason.
It could, but they go to the bottom of the wait list knowing that they're moving into a neighborhood with a wait list.
True.
So they're not like they haven't bought and then 4 years down once their child's at school age gone, what? I can't
Surprise.
go to my neighborhood
Yeah.
school. I mean, any parent would be
mortified. So I like that aspect of option 1. Is there any reason we can't take that bullet point and add it to any option we choose?
We're going to do it no matter what.
Okay, didn't know that.
Yeah. So I know it wasn't included in all the other ones, but I think we agree as staff that it's just something that we just need to do.
Okay.
So regardless of what the outcome is and what direction the board gives, we will do that.
Right, because just with the numbers, the 33, that is what, 1.5 kindergarten classrooms. We still don't want to do the wait and see approach. So I would be a proponent of option 9. And anything, as Trustee Blakely mentioned, the lower cost of 100,000. I don't want to go too far above that. And that's not to be offensive that we shouldn't be looking out for every child, but that works out to 3,300 per child. And I don't know what we spend per child on regular education and programs and facilities. So, but I don't want to go too far above that. I think then we do have opportunities. They are farther. Many people already drive across town, even if they are driving across town to what might be considered the best school. I want to make sure we don't push that needle too far in some of these other options. While they may sound good, I think they're just cost prohibitive. I guess 9 sounds like it's one of the
All 5 of us said 9.
Yeah.
You did. So what I would recommend is actually going with 10. And the only reason why is because you have a nuclear solution if you need to exercise it the next year. And we can prepare ourselves to communicate and start working with other providers. So a couple people mentioned the YMCA. So going to them right now and saying, hey, here's a problem we got. Can you help us? we would know up front and we could reach out to the YMCA if we had to use this option. It is a if, not a we will. The second thing that we would possibly do is, as we would put 2 portables there, right? We could mothball one and send kids, depending on what the wait list is, and send them to one, and then open it up the next year if we saw the same thing happen. I think it just gives you a little bit more flexibility than just 9. And that's the only reason why I would argue that. The last thing I would want is for us to have this conversation again and for parents to say, well, why didn't you think of a solution a little bit earlier? And so it would give us the opportunity to say, we have a couple of options that we can explore. Here are the things. If there's an opportunity to do half day and parents are interested, we have an opportunity to incorporate that. We can go to CD and see what that looks like. So if we're going to go this route because they cost the exact same, I would just urge the board to go ahead and allow us to look at 10, and then we'll report back. Here's what we got. Here's how we'll accommodate. We'll communicate that out. We'll develop a whole package for it. But I want to make sure that we're not in this position again next year. And then moving into the year after that, we have Slater opening, and so that will solve it. And I want to reiterate, that does not mean that we will end extended day. It just means that there is an option to end it.
I think it's good too to reach out to the YMCA. I know this year there wasn't enough attendance, at least at the Huff Y, for early morning care. And I know in the afternoon care, they're turning people away. So I think we're getting an increasing trend towards 2 working parents in the household. So they could potentially use the mothball space as additional. I don't know if that's an option in terms of contracts or no, it's not. Okay, licensing, yeah. But there could be space issues in terms of before and after school care. Before, probably less so, but after, just something to consider.
And we owe it to them to have a conversation with them and work through that over the course of the year, just like we owe it to the parents to make sure that we communicate out that this would be a possible option. And then again, I would even say that we can offer, we understand, right? I mean, this doesn't preclude us next year saying we'll offer transportation to the next closest school. I mean, there's a lot of different things that we can have if a parent could not do a half day kindergarten, or if that wasn't a viable option.
I have another question. So how soon do you have to find out?
So if we're going to do something that deals with facilities, this is why Todd is still here. We need to know now if that's the direction that we want to take. We need to adjust the budget allocation sheet. At the same time, we need to get in as quickly as possible so that we can move the portables. And we need to get in over the counter for DSA to make sure that action actually happens. And then what we would do is, as we look at the numbers, we could possibly collapse one of those. And I just want to be clear about that, and I hope that's the community understands that if there are only 24 kids, it doesn't make sense to have 6 in one spot and another. So what we would do is we collapse it and we'll put it at one site. So we want to make sure we're using the facilities as much as possible. But this is really, if you're going, the direction I'm seeking and asking for is for us to go ahead and start working on this now, so that we can move forward.
Okay, and then the follow-up question then would be,
Can't make a motion.
So once we go down this route, because that question keeps coming up, like, so what happens if there's only 4 kids? Once we go down this route, those portables are going to be there. So we go in, we do the over the counter, that portable's there. We'll have to figure that one out if there's only 4 kids. That's a totally different conversation. This is for, at least from a facility standpoint, we have to execute now. We can't delay this a couple more meetings.
okay, understood. So in this case, timeline, and if we were to go with some direction of saying, hey, let's figure out to see if we can do 10. Time is of the essence, right? So you would want this to be an agenda item and for us to be able to ratify the idea, or can we just do that now? And how would we approach that? Because we don't have another meeting in April.
So what you
At
would
least until
do
now.
is you would provide direction for the district to go ahead and move. We already have these items allocated, right? So we know Todd would go in to do it over the counter, and then at the next board meeting, we would bring back an action item with an adjusted budget allocation sheet that says that we are seeking formal approval, even though you provided direction to execute this actual thing.
Understood.
But the direction is, at least for the three of us that look at the Measure G capital bonds project, we want direction today.
Yep.
So we can start working on it tomorrow.
Okay.
We look at that too. Count the 5 of us.
So the 8 of us.
Yeah.
The 8 of us. Yes.
Sounds good.
I had a follow-up question. So if I'm not mistaken, on March 16th, I asked Ms. Robinson about the idea of opening a 5th portable at Bub and Huff to address this problem. And there were negative consequences to that. Which negative consequences are we expecting?
For putting an additional one there?
Yeah, this is kind of the thing I asked.
So-
9 and 10 are like, have a 5th portable at Bub and Huff. So one of the problems with that, I guess, would be that now you have 120 kindergarten students, say. But like in 2019, there are going to be 72. And so that's 48 students that are going to want to stay there, but won't.
So
is that the main sort of like turbulence that comes with this approach?
Just imagine a bubble
popping.
That's going to pop at some point.
Yeah.
So it's going to move through Huff and Bub, and it's perfectly fine. But at some point, you're going to open a new facility, and you're going to have to make a decision as to, because it will reach the point when those classes are going to be too big, right? We showed you the sort of the perfect math. To get to 32, you need 4 24s. You're going to have more, which means that you're going to have the same issue that we've seen at other sites. This has been brought up about Stevenson. We're going to see that Mistral. You're going to have these more kids in the classes than what is available. And so the second consequence of this is that when we decide on boundaries and you provide us directions on which boundary you want to go, and then we bring back and we start working on enrollment priorities, at some point you have to address this issue by 2019, because you will have more kids than what your facilities can hold. And so at those 2 sites, so you will need to, and that's why it says it up there, it does limit your capability of grandfathering kids at Bub and Huff in subsequent years. Now, we can assume that parents may take them out. It's a good example right here. But you don't know if that's always going to be the case. So you may have to actually force a parent to go to their new neighborhood school, as opposed to if you decide to do nothing, then you can say, well, we'll just let the kids sort of matriculate out, and we'll let, those volunteer in. And so that's again, this is worst case scenario, right? I'm tossing out the worst of the worst, but that's what's going to happen. You will have to make a decision at some point. We will have to come up with a second solution. We will have to continue to monitor it, and then you will have to make a decision about, before those kids hit 4th grade, a group of them have to come out.
Does everybody understand that? There's probably some people who are relieved by the idea of 9 or 10, but it might only work for a couple of years. And I hope that the whole community can understand that we're doing the best with the options we have that aren't cost prohibitive, but they don't get some people what they would really get, 6 years in their favorite school.
Right. Yeah. And I will say, to somebody's credit, they said, look, most parents are prepared for this move. So I think the community is well aware that this is coming. We will start construction in January. So it may not be as big of a problem as we think it is in 2018, 2019.
Okay.
We'll see. Okay.
I'm sure if it is a problem, people will let us know.
Well,
Yeah.
they always do.
I believe they will.
So it sounds like, if I'm understanding this correctly, we're all at least looking at 10. And are we comfortable in providing that direction to the superintendent and our team?
Yes.
Sure.
All right. Dr. Rudolph.
Make it so.
Mr.
Number
Lee.
1.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee, what zip code? What city do you live in?
Sonoma.
Oh.
Sonoma. Is anybody worried about how late it is? He's driving to Sonoma.
Drive safe.
Okay, so trustees, thank you, sir. So I have a question. We still have the trimester 2 assessment report. And that's
5-minute
about
break?
30 minutes. And it's 9:30. So are we thinking about extending our meeting?
Or just doing it in less than 32 minutes?
So let's ask, can we get this report done in less than 30 minutes with
Assume
abbreviated
extensive deliberation.
comments? Yeah.
I would propose that we extend it. I mean, I don't want to I think this is an important topic. I don't think we should curtail the conversation. I like abbreviated comments, but even if it's just by 15 minutes or half an hour.
Take your pick. Make a motion.
I will say that I've already reduced the note. So the slides that you have are not the slides that I'm going to show. So this has already been reduced to do a very high level versus the report that you have in the board packet. It went through by grade, gender, ethnic group. So this is a very truncated report.
So I move we extend the meeting by 15 minutes.
Second.
Moved by trustee Wheeler, seconded by trustee Blakely, that we extend our meeting for 15 minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against, motion passes. Thank you, trustees. Dr. Rudolph.
Okay, so I am, as Dr. Clark said, I am pitch hitting for Ms. Bauer, who is in professional development. And if she is watching right now, hey, hope you're enjoying your time.
Where's that?
She
Far away.
and her, Ms. Smith, and Ms. Victor are in San Francisco in a chief academic officers academy.
So in about an hour, Todd Lee will pass them in
Yep,
about
right.
an hour.
Yes.
And then drive for another hour.
Yes, yes, poor guy.
I'm sorry for eating up the minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
You always eat up the minutes.
Compressed comments.
It's later. It's going to eat everything up.
The monster.
It is. So what we're going to do today is provide an overview of the district assessments, provide the purpose of the district benchmark assessments, and then I'm going to give you the very high level results of the actual trimester 2 benchmarks, and then I am going to talk about next steps. The first thing that I want to say is, this is really an internal tool, and it's kind of interesting to present this information to the public, because oftentimes when people look at this, they say, well, how does this translate into a particular test score? And the thing is that this is the second year that we've used these assessments. And so it is sort of hard to predict how students are going to perform because we don't have enough data in order to measure it. But with that said, we do use this internally for a lot of planning tools. The big one is that we measure how students have performed on the standards that have been taught. We determine differentiation needs. They use it for the response to instruction program. And then it also helps us to prepare students for CAS testing, which will be taking place in about a month. So the first thing I need you to understand is that there are differences between trimester 1 and trimester 2. These tests are not the same. While they do cover the full range of standards over the course of a year, they are adjusted based off of what's been taught. They measure standards that students have mastered. They help with planning instruction, but these are fundamentally different tests. So the trimester 2 test is actually more rigorous than the trimester 1 test. And there's an increased number of different items. So what we've hoped by this point is that as we're covering a particular topic, that we can see it in multiple modalities versus in a very traditional ABC sort of point. And then the last thing is that the cut point for this is actually higher than what it was previously. So what we're assuming is that if kids have now learned 70% of the material, then we need to raise the percent up. So I want to say that the cut point somewhere around 50 or 60%. And so when we look at it from year to year for ELA, you can see that in some of the grade levels, we've actually increased, and in some of the grade levels, we've had a decrease. But this is a little bit fooling because if you look, you're comparing apples and oranges, because the 4th grade population that was there last year is no longer the 4th grade population there this year. And so a better way of looking at it is, and we're going to stay with 4th grade for a second. So 4th graders for ELA, we're at 39%. And this year, even though 5th grade is down by 2%, those 4th graders who entered into 4th grade are now at 50%. And so what you can see is sort of how the cohort has moved. But there's another complicated piece of this, which is the standards, the Common Core or the California standards was designed so that they continue to build on each particular standard. And so the level of rigor that is expected at a 6th grade is different than the level of rigor that is expected at a 7th grade. And so it's somewhat as a fair comparison, and at the same time, it's not really a fair comparison. But what we do see, though, is that you can see that in 7th grade, something's going on, right? And so there's a difference. For math, you can see similar things. So kids are performing sort of around the same level, same commentary, but this one's different too. So some people will say, well, 6th grade math, we had a pilot program that's there, but the kids that were the highest performing have actually been moved out of this test. And so now you're looking at the kids. So when we talked about the data from that we received from Teach to One, they gave us data that we had a group of kids, the majority of the kids, who were performing, who were working on 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade standards. And so you're only looking at those kids. You're not looking at your highest flyers, and that skews the results. So it's about 100-something kids that are no longer factored into this actual number, but you will see them a little bit later in terms of their progress. And then what we see for math is that, and we saw this last year, we see this sort of upswing in 7th grade. And then we see this year for 8th grade, we're seeing more kids that are performing on grade level. But again, what we call the 0.2 kids, 6.2, 7.2, 8.2, which are your kids that are moving the fastest, are not out there. And it says right at the bottom, the 6.2 kids actually outscored our 7th grade kids this year. And you're going to see that in a second. They really outscored them on this exact same test. So think of the 39% of our kids are currently on grade level. And then just hold that number in your head for when we get to the 0.2 kids. So the 6.2 kids take the exact same assessment that the 7 kids take. 94% of them scored proficient on that test. Or sorry, let me get my years correct, right? So 87% of those kids are scoring proficient on the 7th grade test compared to their peers who are in 7th grade who are scoring at 39. So these are younger kids who move through the system pretty fast, are now in a 6.2, and they're outperforming. They're performing at an extremely high rate, or high success rate on the benchmark assessment. And as you can see, they're actually outperforming sort of their peers, with the exception of the 8th grade is running with them. And again, it's hard to compare these groups because you're looking at different kids who have moved through, right? So 6.2, you can't really compare them to 7.2 or 8.2, but you at least get an idea of how the difference in terms of performance that these kids are having.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Why is 7th so much lower than 6th and 8th in a nutshell?
That's something so this is what the data illuminates. So that's something that each site is looking into, right? So what is taking place in 7.2, where the kids are performing lower on the assessment compared to 6.2 and 8.2. So that becomes,
We don't know yet. We don't know the answer.
That's what we are working with our math coach. That's what we are working with the principals and the teachers at the school. This is what this type of data illuminates, right? But it doesn't tell us what that means in terms of how kids are going to perform at the end of the year. All this simply means is that we see 7th graders in 7.2 this year are currently performing at a different level compared to if you're saying, hey, their peer group is 6.2 and 8.2, what is taking place in that 7.2 class at both sites? Do we need to provide additional supports? Do we need more professional development? Is it just a timing thing where the pacing was just a little bit off? And so we see it. And so those are questions that we start asking ourselves based on the information that we've had. And what we expect and what teachers do is that, you know, if a kid doesn't get it in 7.2, you sort of adjust your pacing guide to catch back up a little bit later based off of what you're seeing from the data.
Thank you.
So I apologize. I thought I pulled out. So what we're now seeing is you have the different groups. So you can see how our English only kids are performing I thought I scrubbed us of all the individual data, so I'm going to fly to the next one. But it shows you females, how they're performing versus their male counterparts. And then you have other subgroups. And this is only for the point 2, but again, because I knew we would have a time issue, I tried to get rid of that, so I apologize. The results for this, though, because we were kind of interested in who are the kids that are actually in the 6.2, 7.2, and 8.2, just to see how representative of it of the demographic is. And so what we notice is that we do have kids who have been reclassified. We do have kids. We have a majority of our kids who are English only. The reclassification is different, though, because we often there's often this idea that the only kids who are in our EL program are Latino. And those are the kids that we think of as reclassification. But what we know in our community is that we have a lot of diversity that comes in. And so these could be kids that speak Russian at home, or their native language is Chinese or Japanese or something else. And so your RFEP is not indicative of all Latinos. It is simply indicative of any kid who started off in the EL program at the start of the year. What we do know, though, for our Hispanic and Latino group is that it is really small. And so this becomes yet another piece of data that we need to start asking ourselves. So why is it that, we have a good representation of females to some degree? We have a good representation of males. Obviously, this sort of falls around the national trends, right? And when I say good, it's better than what we have for Hispanics, right? So why is it that we're not seeing more Hispanics or Latinos in our 6.2, 7.2, and 8.2? And what does the district need to do to adjust to make sure that those kids are being identified? At the same point, I would say the same thing, right? I am certain that there are females who are in our district who could possibly be in this class who may be under-identified. And so this raises yet another thing, right? So, if half of our population is female, why don't we see half of our kids in there? So I say this to say that this data allows us to sort of ask some real hard questions about what our current practices are, but it doesn't necessarily give us a full picture, right? So it tells a story, just doesn't tell a lie. And then probably the biggest concern are the two areas up top. Our students with disabilities are not in these classes, and except for 8.2, and our socioeconomic, our SED kids are severely underrepresented also. And so these again are questions that we need to ask ourselves about the efficacy of making sure that every kid has a viable education, and that we're pushing all kids to succeed at very high levels. And so in our highest level classes, we see a cluster of a particular group of kids, and there's nothing wrong with that, but how can we prepare more kids to be in those particular classes? And so, because I promise I'll keep it pretty quick. So what we've seen is overall increases for ELA and in math. We've seen increases for all of our subgroups. The board packet has all of them, so you can look at those. There are, for most grade levels, students with disabilities, our RFEPs are English language learners, especially in ELA. I know there's, especially at the younger grades, I will say, we had a conversation as a leadership team, a senior leadership team, which involves principals, directors, everyone, and we talked about RTI. And so Principal Santiago was like, let me tell you something. The RTI program at our school is making some marvelous gains. We're seeing a lot less kids who are reading below grade level. We're providing with the interventions that they need. And that's, it's a long-term strategy to make sure that every kid is getting what they need. But at the same time, he said, and our highest kids are being pushed, right, at levels that they weren't being pushed before. And so that's been a good thing. So we're seeing increases for our kids, especially the impacted kids that we were concerned about when we wrote the strategic plan. But we do have a sizable gap. I don't want to sugarcoat that. Even though we're seeing gains, we're not satisfied with what those gains are, because we do know that there still are gaps between our students with disabilities, our Hispanic Latino, and our students, our SED, social economics for ELA. For math, we're seeing the exact same things. In most grade levels, English language learners are improving. It's also part of the reason why we, SIOP is a district-wide initiative to make sure that teachers understand how to reach all of our English language learners. And it's sort of a globe. It's not a curriculum per se. It's how do we think about what we teach to kids. So that should definitely continue to help us. But we still have a sizable gap for our EL kids that we need to work with, as well as our students with disabilities, our SED students, and Hispanic and Latinos. And then, you know, what we do know is that the students, even though 0.2 looks a little bit lower than 7th grade, what we do know is that those kids they take 2 assessments. On the 7th grade assessment are outperforming their peers significantly. So it's not that they are behind, but by the standard by which we put them on, which is a very accelerated track, we need to investigate a little bit more about why, like where that gap is and what else do we need to do. But in terms of the 7th grade standards, all the 0.2 classes, 6.2, 7.2, 8.2, have mastered that content and are well into the next grade goes. And I think 7.2 is kind of interesting because these 0.2s, you're putting a lot of information in 1 year in order to get the kids to 8.2 so that they're ready to go out the gate, right? So it's a lot of things that are being put in there. And so next steps. So as a district, we use this as a data protocol. We went around every single site. So we've been investigating this. We have retaught. We have looked at the standards and said, so we sort of did a deep dive as to what's going on. We have, if the teachers at the elementary school have sort of adjusted their RTI programs in order to address this. We have data meetings with our principals. We do track this data school-wide. And so we look at how our principals' performance, not our principals, but the schools are performing. The principals meet in PLCs. And so they sort of have a healthy competition and where they want to know, well, what's going on so the PLCs are grouped by population. So Montaloma, Theracov, Castro, and Landos are in one PLC just because the numbers are similar. And so those principals are kind of interested in, so why is your group performing differently than my group? And what are you doing a little bit differently? So they're sharing those best practices.
PLC stands for Professional Learning Communities. In case anybody doesn't know that one.
And so we're looking at site trends. We're using that for professional development over the summer. So what type do we need? Obviously, we've been doing SIOP training. We're going to have that district-wide. That's especially important for our EL learners. And the reason why I want to continue to say that is a K-8 strategy. The other program that we've mentioned, SEAL, is a K-3 strategy. And so one of the things that came out of our strategic plan is it's very important to have continuity across all grade levels. And so both SEAL does work with SIOP, so I don't want to make it seem like they're competing. But this is a K-8 strategy that we want everybody to sort of have. And it's best practices. And then part of this is that we know that the math test is really a reading test. So as you get older, that's one of the things that the Common Core has brought with it. And so we need to make sure that we continue to explore other early learning acquisition programs, early education acquisition programs, so that we can affect change for our groups. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we're pushing our kids, our highest kids, at the same time and sort of meeting their particular needs. And that is it. So I'll open it up to questions.
Trustees, questions?
I have a question for my fellow trustees. Is this level of trimester data analysis deeper than it used to be before Dr. Rudolph came here?
No.
No. I don't remember seeing trimester presentations on trimester data. But you guys do, huh? Okay.
Anyone else?
Well, I want to know what's going on in 4th grade, especially in 7th to some degree, with language in particular. If you just look at the overall various charts,
Yeah,
there were dips.
Yep.
especially in fourth, but to some degree in seventh? And is there new content that's harder, or what's going on?
So what typically happens in K1, 2, and 3 is that you move from a sort of a reading, like how well do you read, and then you move into what's a comprehension. And so you see it ramp up a little bit in third, and then in fourth grade, it really becomes all about comprehension, because the assumption is that you know how to read, at least at that particular level. And so a lot of this is about the analytical skills that are coming out of it. And so that's why you typically see a drop at fourth grade. Sometimes you'll see it around third, but it's pretty traditional to see it in fourth. And so that tells us something else, right? Which is how do we push kids in the lower grades so that they can comprehend the information that they have, and that we can start asking those questions a little bit earlier. So it's not just that you're reading something and you're sort of digesting the book and everything else and sort of what is the picture saying, but really talking about the symbolism and everything else that comes with it. And so that's why, at least for ELA, that's what you're seeing. And then what I would say again for math, it sort of corresponds that you start introducing new concepts in fourth grade that are sort of a little bit more abstract. It's been a while since I've looked at the Common Core, but I want to say either fourth or fifth is where fractions start coming in. And so that's where you start seeing some kids, fractions just don't click for a while, right? And the same thing happens with geometry, right? You see that sort of some kids who have the ability to think about it, they pull it off. And then other kids, they pick up on algebra, but geometry sort of slows them down a little bit. It's about how the brain develops. But it doesn't mean that us as a district can't use this as a trend to make some adjustments, because what we see is 2 years in a row, we know that our kids are going to struggle in fourth grade. And so what type of professional development can we offer to our fourth grade teachers to address this concern next year?
And what about, if you could go back to the one before this where it's results language arts, what happened in seventh grade? Like, and even if you look, you said the purple goes to the orange, like they were higher in sixth and now.
So that is Tara's the one who would be able to answer that one a little bit more. I can follow up and then get you an answer to that. I don't necessarily know what happens in seventh grade. Because these standards, sixth, seventh, and eighth, those standards are pretty much there. Eighth grade is where you start seeing sort of the big ramp into the high school stuff. So we would need to find out what actually occurred. But what we can see is that the drop is consistent from year to year, right? So 49 the year before, and now they're at 23. So 2 years in a row, we've seen the seventh graders have performed lower than eighth grade. What's kind of interesting about this, though, is that actually in seventh grade last year at the middle school, and this is why this data is, this is why it's interesting to look at it, but it kind of doesn't help you, right? Because seventh grade actually is where the biggest gains were seen for in the middle schools on both the ELA examination as well in the math examination, right? But in both cases, they actually were the lowest in the middle school. So last year we saw them surpass everybody else. And so it's kind of interesting to see it, and it doesn't really give us much, which is why we need more data to sort of see how this aligns to the end of year assessment.
So it could be that just the assessment tools are misaligned and testing too early when they haven't mastered that content or something, or just not good tools.
That could be part of it. We part of what Ms. Victor does is we look at the assessments. We have an assessment team. We talk about how good the assessments are. What changes do we need to make to them? Is it rigorous enough? Do we need to adjust the pacing guide? So you start having those types of conversations when you see an anomaly like this. You start saying to yourself, so what's actually taking place? It could be that the assessment was changed. It could be that the pacing was changed. It could be professional development. It could be what I'm trying to say is it could be a myriad of reasons. The biggest thing is that what it does for me and for Kathy and for Tara is it it says we need to investigate this a little bit more and have some more conversations and provide some additional supports and sort of work with the principal to say, is there anything else that we need to do at these grade levels? And it's also middle school, so
Yeah.
7th grade is kind of a funky time. Not that that's an excuse, but it is a funky time.
I also got some feedback from parents here and there that the tests were just really long. And so the kids couldn't finish them, kind of like the SATs. And then they left feeling frustrated and it just wasn't a good experience. So I don't know if that's the tool or how it's managed in the classroom, but I would hate to have kids feeling bad or like they're stupid or they should have finished and they didn't.
Kids don't see these results, right?
They do.
Yep.
I've never.
They don't get the results based off of what the school has performed, but when they take the assessment, they get an assessment. And I know this because we've talked about Grace.
Oh yeah.
And her knowing where she is and being a little frustrated.
And she was like, "What?
So
happened?" Hold on.
I don't remember.
So
Go ahead.
it's
Go ahead.
because I'm sorry, because that's the point that I brought up to the superintendent earlier on my one-on-one, that you also had a lot of 6th grade parents asking me, "Hey, what happened here?" Because now we're finding out what the test results are on the spot. And so you had a lot of students in 6th grade, for example, go home and say, like, Grace, hey, you know what? I was doing well in math. I have an A in math, but then when I took the test, it said I was blah, blah, blah. That doesn't make any sense to me. And so then I was telling Dr. Rudolph, get ready, because that's an issue, right? Once we have those instantaneous results, that's going to bring up those other issues. And so then I had to explain to the parents that it could be like what Dr. Rudolph said. It could be a pacing issue. It could be that those things that were examined weren't covered. And so therefore the problems that they had struggled with were things that they hadn't been taught. But that's why I also encourage them to speak to their teachers to find out what's a specific situation to their student in this environment, right? Thank you for being patient. Right?
I just also know it can be frustrating, even as an adult, where you know the content, but you read a little more slowly, or it just takes you a while to work through the problems, and it, you just can't ace the whole thing in 20 minutes or whatever the time frame is.
And to your point, the way that we do assessments when we're doing interim versus the way that we do an assessment when it's a state test, it's completely different. So the kid knows, hey, like, it's serious, right? Like, hey, you're coming in, you're going to take a test, you read the instructions and everybody's in a row, but you're not doing that plus your other classes. So you don't have that fatigue. It's only that assessment, and then you go to the next assessment. So you have the opportunity to sort of relax. Whereas when we give these assessments, they're done in the class, they have X amount of time, then they may go to another class and take another assessment. And teachers, we are what we are when we know that other people are giving tests. Sometimes we just capitalize on the fact that you're already studying. And so that used to be a big issue in high school. We used to say to ourselves, like, we need to time our tests. So the social studies department would have it on one day and the English department would have it on another, because we had to be sensitive that kids were being over tested in one very small window. And so that does happen too. And so it is possible that this could also be fatigue. There's a lot of different questions. Also why we have an assessment team. It's not just terrorists, teachers talking about it, and we review all the data to make sure. And then principals give us insight too about what's going on.
Thank you.
So are parents told these scores?
I was.
I read those report cards real close and all, and I've never seen this in there.
So again, this is really an internal instrument.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
But the students find the scores.
Right. And therein lies the dilemma.
Right. So typically, and it's not to say that I don't mind sitting up here or having team be up here and present it, right? But typically you wouldn't see this information because it creates more stress on families, because you may go home and be like, hey, where is this assessment, right? So what my mom would have did to me, I heard about this assessment, like, what'd you do? And then I got to go through my book bag and I have to actually find the assessment, right? And so it creates a little stress on me, and I may get in trouble. And so that in districts, the problem is that when you report this out to the community, they want to make we all want to make an assumption that this is it's an accurate predictor, right? But we want to make sure that it's correlated to actual performance that they have. And the problem here is that this isn't necessarily correlated with the performance that will take place on the CAFs. which is why districts shy away from sharing it, because internally it tells us a lot of information about things that we want to do. The beauty of presenting this, though, is to be transparent, to say, we see this trend, we notice that we need to do something about it. We don't really know why this is occurring, but here are questions that are sort of posed, right? And this is what we're doing to sort of investigate it. So it can work, and in some cases it can't.
Any other trustee with a question?
I have a question about the slide. I guess it's titled, they're all titled results math, but with the purple, it's the column graph where you have
Which
the
page?
end.
What
You
number?
get to the end.
Which page
Yeah.
number?
Here, hang on a minute, make sure.
27.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm trying to reconcile this. I keep scrolling between this and the previous slide, especially when you brought up the issue with the different results from female to male
Mhm.
on top of all the other issues. If you scroll back to the previous one and look at it, I don't see that same discrepancy, but maybe I'm looking at this data
Okay.
incorrectly. So, or maybe I'm not sure. What is that? Is that number of
This is a
students or-
demographic breakdown. So
No, yeah.
So
okay.
we're looking at how they perform on this slide, right? So females are performing better than males.
Right.
Okay.
And this is a
So
this was a population.
So it is a life trend, right? That females perform. Right? And what we're seeing here, though, is that even though females are performing better, the numbers of female are not the same as the number of males. And so now, mind you, some of these kids can qualify for multiple groups, right? So if you look at females and males this year, right? So there are 35 females and there are 20 more males in the actual class. And so that's the discrepancy I was talking about, is that for some reason, we have more females, we have more males than we have females in our highest math class. And that doesn't mean that there aren't females out there who couldn't perform, but for some reason, females, right? So Kayla and Camille, my two daughters, wouldn't be in these classes. And so what are we going to do about that? Or Grace, right? And so, and then if you keep going down now, some of those females are white. So there are 47 white kids in there. And some of them are Hispanics and some of them are Asians. Well, if you think about if in an altruistic world, it would be representative of the complete population, right? And so you would see 44% of our kids would be Hispanic Latino, right? You would see about 26% Asian, right? So, but all this is simply saying is that from my standpoint, I'll just use English language learners. Only 2 kids who are currently in the classified as an English language learner are in there. Now, it also says something else. 23 of those kids, when they get reclassified, regardless of who they are, when they get reclassified, the likelihood of them being in the class is a lot greater. So if we can reclassify more kids, then they're going to do better in the class, right? And they're more likely to be in the class than if they're not. So this is from a demographic standpoint. So you brought up the last time, like, hey, I would love to know how many girls are in the class, how many boys are in the class. And so we pulled it out and was like, wow, this is kind of interesting, right? And students with disabilities, how come they're not in there? And so what can we do as a district in order to make sure that more of our kids are afforded that opportunity?
Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, so members of the community, would any of you like to speak to this issue?
2.
There's 2. Okay, great.
Hobel Schultz. What I want to say is there's about 1,000 kids, according to a Kumon owner, doing Kumon in this community right now, and generally 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. And Kumon is not really tutoring. You get a package of homework, the parent has to grade it. And Huff and Bub parents have been approaching me for years and years, and they're stressed about their kids not knowing their math facts. I say, go to Kumon. They pay their $100 a month, $120 a month. They learn their math facts. So by the time they're in the 7th grade and they have to reduce fractions and they have to do it quickly, they're really doing it well. Last year, I was approached by Montaloma parents, and I give my quick assessment, and these kids do not know their math facts. I went through their math book. Have you ever had math fact practice? No. So guess what? These Montaloma parents sent their kids to Kumon. This one parent, her daughter was doing the Russian math school during the summer. She was 2 or 3 grade levels behind the Palo Alto kids and the Sunnyvale kids and whatever. And so the kid is really working hard. So my point to you is this: we should be evaluating kids, not just on the district program. You need to find out how many kids in this community are doing Kumon. I will tell you, huge numbers of Huff and Bub kids are doing Kumon. That means they're getting 30 minutes of extra math practice every day. So by the time they are in the 7th grade, they're fast. And I just did a quick assessment of a 9th grader who's not doing well, went to Graham, went to Montaloma, doesn't know his math facts. I have him on Khan Academy beginning in the 3rd grade. He's happy. No chip on his shoulder. He's totally willing to do 3rd grade. That's where I saw his deficits, because he did not have the equivalent of Kumon. So it's very easy to fix this right now, but I think you need to look way beyond the district program. Common Core, I've gone through the Common Core program. I'll tell you, I'm happy to come in and give you a Dolciani, which Cupertino used for years, and compare it to the new Common Core. You open the book, you can see the difference. So I'm encouraging you to look way beyond the district program to see why you have some kids in your high ability and some kids not. And then you do something about it very quickly, which is what the best teacher in Palo Alto told me. He had his at Hoover Elementary School, the 4th graders, Mr. Flath, won all kinds of awards. Every day at the beginning of his class, he did math fact practice with the highest performing kids in Palo Alto. So I'm saying you have to look way beyond what you're doing now and look at the bigger picture of what's happening in the community. Thank you.
Anya.
Hi, Anya Mitros. I had a comment on a kind of a different topic, which is that of how the data analysis is done, because there seems like a really big and to me obvious gap in how this data is analyzed. Like all this data shows this is where we are now. It doesn't really tell you anything about how is the district doing. We know there's a problem with the 7th graders, but we don't know, is that just a bum class where that problem's been like they were bum 6th graders and bum 5th graders, and maybe like it's some sort of a socioeconomic thing. And I think what's missing in this data is someone needs to say like, okay, let's take the kids who scored 200 on the test and then see where they are the next year and see what the difference is. And then take the kids who scored 500 on the test and look at how they did next year and basically say, what's the difference? And the same, and basically group your kids into like your middle 5th and your like lower 5th and your upper 5th and see how much progress the children make. And I also think this would really help illuminate some of the issues that are being discussed here today. But I think this would also be valuable for the problem that we've spent so much time on, which is like the problem of why do we have good schools and why do we have bad schools in this district? Like I suspect if we had that sort of data that showed when your average kid comes into Castro and a year later, how are they performing? And when your average kid comes into Bub and a year later, how they're performing, I suspect if that data were out there, then there wouldn't be nearly as big a problem, and we wouldn't be needing to put our school district at risk of a huge deficit and be cutting other sorts of programs, because I actually think it's pretty likely that the schools are actually a lot more similar. And we're about to spend, I mean, you guys saw it, it's like millions of dollars to open one more school, and it might just be a marketing problem because we haven't looked at the data very well. And so I'll end with that. I really think we need to look at the differences, not just where we are right now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We're getting close to running out of time. I also want to note to the trustees and the board, we have 2 other people who wanted to chime in with comments on items not on the agenda. Vern.
I'm Vern. I'm with MVA, but I'm actually representing myself with this comment. I wanted to illuminate Dr. Allende Rudolph's comment about ELL support. And so he noted that when students reclassify, they are able to achieve at high levels. I don't want that to come across that we just need to reclassify students, but we need to actually give support to make sure that our students who are ELLs are actually learning English. And I think sometimes we think we just need to reclassify a student because I don't want that label, but I think we just need to continue that support through PSYOP and a lot of the other strategies that we're working on. And I want the community to understand that it's not just a matter of a label, but it's actually the teaching practices that go into that. So just
Thank you.
Thank you, Vern. Okay. So discussion-wise, I believe that's up. Short on
Thanks, Vern.
time. Would anyone like to discuss this further? Okay. All right. So now we will move on. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We will move on. We'll have two persons here that would like to comment. We are at 10:08. We're pushing it here. So I'd like to see if I have support for someone to make a motion to possibly bump board updates, items for future agendas,
Oh, absolutely.
and what's remaining
Yes.
from the agenda. So I can get a motion. Can someone give me a motion?
So moved.
Table all the rest of the items to, well, they're all on the next agenda as well, so I don't even think we need to table them. Let's just not do them. I mean, do them, let's just not say anything when those come up. How about that? Everybody be quiet through items 12, 13, and 14.
Lead by example.
Okay, go ahead, Gutierrez.
So here we go. Moved by trustee Wheeler, seconded by trustee Blakely. All those in favor? Aye. All those against? Motion passes. Greg, you crack me up. Okay.
I didn't want to say anything anymore.
No, you can't. Okay. So let's see. So now we're moving into community comments for those people who were not here earlier enough to chime in on issues that weren't on the agenda. So Anya Mitras?
That's the comment that just
Did you-
happened, isn't it?
Is this still an issue that you want? Castro's our weakest. Remember this one? You want to see this one quickly? Let me know if you still want to speak to that. Or...
That's different.
Okay. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's your turn. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Uh-huh.
You guys are top. Yeah, so that one, I just wanted, all the redistricting proposals that are on the table don't really seem to fundamentally address the problem for Castro. They all seem like it's a bunch of rich people wanting nicer schools, and let's never mind the poor Hispanic ESL kids over at Castro. Let's just shove them all in there. So there's research that shows that if you have 40% or fewer needy kids, I don't know the really correct term, but if you have 40% or fewer needy kids in a classroom, then that helps bring them up and those needy kids do better, but it doesn't hurt the 60% kids who are doing well, because, and you kind of get this peer pressure effect where the 60% kids who are there being raised how to succeed can help set the tone for the other 40% who are maybe coming from weaker homes and they're not bringing that in. And all the redistricting proposals still cram all the needy kids into one school. Maybe they take a few Shoreline kids, Shoreline West kids and put them in there, but not nearly enough to bring the percentage up. And so all these redistricting things and opening up Slater, the problem I have with it is it doesn't really fix the problem for the school that needs it the most. And if you took all that money, all that deficit money that we saw there in the slides earlier in the meeting, and you put that towards making Castro really awesome, putting in some programs that would draw people, magnet programs, whatever, maybe you wouldn't need another school. Maybe you would actually have Bob and Huff and Landals and other parents wanting to go to Castro. I mean, that's what happens with Mistral, right? You created a great program and it draws people in. They want to go to Mistral. It's just now separate from Castro. And so I just wanted to say, I really wish that there were a redistricting program on the table that actually helped Castro instead of helping everybody but Castro.
Thank you. Kip Davis.
Good evening. My name is Kip Davis. This is my wife, Dorothea. So I had sent an email to the entire board earlier this week and to Dr. Rudolph as well. There's been a couple follow-up correspondence on that. For people who obviously are here in the audience wouldn't know, this concerns a lesson that was given in the 7th grade science class over at Crittenden, where in an attempt to teach a genetics lesson in DNA and a paternity lesson, the science teacher took it upon herself to use as a tool for that the Maury Povich show. The lesson was about paternity. Took it on her own to rename the lesson. I have no idea what it would have been originally, but decided to title it Who's Your Baby Daddy? And then set up the scenario so that the Kylie Jenner is unsure of who the father of her child might be. And so trying to determine whether that would be Nick Jonas, Justin Timberlake, or Shawn Mendes. And this was done, from what I understand, in an attempt to connect with the children, something that she thought that they would relate to. So I followed up with the principal. It took a number of calls, and ultimately we met with the teacher. And after getting through the obvious, what were you thinking? We started talking about the impact that that had on the children. And I left that meeting with an understanding that what was going to be addressed, and what was my concern, because it is the children first, as far as I'm concerned, is that messaging, which is completely negative, and I think we're all on the same page there. I'm not going to go into the multiple layers of offensive messaging that's in there, but that needed to be addressed with the children, because if you don't do that, then what happens is you are validating the message. You're affirming that message, and you're setting them forth, letting them believe that there's truth to that. So that was my first and foremost request. And I thought, as a follow-up to that, what needed to be done is that the parents needed to be made aware of this, specifically so that they could reinforce proper messaging at home. And I thought that it was just incumbent upon the school. This was an obvious mistake. And it's not an attempt here to vilify a teacher by any stretch. And Dr. Rudolph, you responded to me. I am unconcerned about your personnel issues, meaning that is for the district to work out, okay? But what I am concerned about is the children. And so I have come to find out, one, I had that initial conversation. I was told that it was going to be done. Nothing happened. I did a follow-up. This was February 3rd with that meeting in the office. February 17th, I did a follow-up and was told, we're going into break, but look out for the letter because it's coming. Nothing happened. I found out at open house the other night that, in fact, a letter was prepared, that it was forwarded up the chain to the district office, and that it was rejected at that point. The decision was made not to send the letter out to the parents. What was also not done is that there was the children were not addressed at all to correct the messaging. So what concerns me, if we are working on a basis of children first, is that somehow in this, a decision at the district level, and I have been told by the principal that this was discussed at the district level and that everybody took it very seriously. Somehow a decision to not send a letter, which I, one, don't understand, also resulted in no action. So I find it inconsistent that we're going to have a situation where I'm told it's taken very seriously, we're very upset about it, but nothing got done. If you didn't care about it, we'd be at the exact same place. And that's what I find troubling. So I'm hoping that something gets done. I'm going to trust you, Dr. Rudolph, that you folks are looking into it. The reason I followed up with you was not to challenge you or criticize you on a lack of responsiveness, but to let you know that a letter was prepared and the decision was said, don't send it. If you're not going to send it, which I can't understand, because the only inference I can draw then is you're hiding from something. And it would only appear then, well, we don't want to take any sort of negative heat on this. And so we'll just not do it. Well, the reality is this: those 4 classes is going to be approximately 120 students. You had discussions earlier tonight regarding the redistricting and the school boundaries, and the comment was made that no child in any one neighborhood is any less deserving than a child in another neighborhood. Well, those 120 students are not less deserving than any other child in this district. And to not have it addressed and to send them forth and to ignore it as if nothing happened is a complete disservice to those kids. That is a failing of those children. And I'm hoping that it does get addressed. I am not here to ask for any issues regarding the teacher. The concern is the children. You know, I'm going to trust that a mistake of this, you know, proportion is not going to happen again. We'll hope so. I don't know that I'm completely confident because I read the paper, and not for this district, but for instance, the episode back east where they decided to teach slavery by having the black child be the slave. I thought that was brilliant too. But so mistakes will happen. I get that, but you have to address them. You have to be willing to step forward and say, we made the mistake. We understand we made the mistake and we've taken corrective measures. Failure to do that is all you're then saying is, I'm not going to do it. And the problem with that is I had to learn that this week, both from the teacher and then later from Ms. Dillman, the principal. But the teacher's messaging to me, what came across in tone, demeanor, and body language was, well, they told me not to do it, which came across very much as a validation of, see, it wasn't a big deal. What's your problem? Those words weren't said, but that's the message that was conveyed to me. And that's the problem with that. If you don't correct it, you also send those children out in the world believing that the messaging that would go along with that show and those segments in that show in particular negatively portray specifically Blacks. In that, if you watch those segments, I forwarded a link to you, it's going to be that they are portrayed in there disproportionately, behaving in a way that is completely unacceptable. And I don't think anything that we would be striving for.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Appreciate your help. We've also read your emails. Dr. Rudolph, I understand that you're also following up with this. And I thank you for your time, especially having to wait all this time. It's not easy. I apologize for that. Thank you, members of the board. It is 10:19. This meeting is adjourned.
One month till the next meeting? Yeah. Crazy.
Spend it in good health.
I'll be having spring break and lots
Are
of
you
other
going
things.
anywhere?
Yeah, Grand Canyon.
Oh, nice.
And you?
We're gonna go skiing for just a few days. Yeah.